We are live horizontal. Give me a moment for you horizontal viewers. I'm still trying to get the horizontal stuff normal. I'm going to start the live up vertical and we'll go straight to, we'll certainly go straight to, what do you want to call it? Vertical, if I can get everything correct here. Looks like on the vertical, just bear with me. I know you guys on the horizontal. I've already, I like to hit the program. I like to make it so that go live. Send this link to one person and invite them to stream with you. Anyone with the link will be able to join. I think on YouTube, we might eventually be able to do that. I'm gonna try it. We'll see what happens. So we're going to go live on all the platforms. Let's try it. I don't know. Wait a minute. It says waiting for guests. Bear with me on for you YouTube vertical folks. I need about a minute. We're going to be talking about, is it possible that Trump could be the best president ever? I do want to discuss that with you, but I'm trying to get my other live streams up. Real quick, I want to get my stream up on YouTube, and it's constantly trying to do some shit that I don't want it to do. So bear with me for a quick second. Let folks know, no, this is not made for children. And we should be up in about a minute or less than a minute. I just want to make sure I get everything right on the streams. But I do appreciate you folks that are holding on for just a second as I get all of this stuff figured out. I got multiple platforms running, so that's what's going on. So let's go ahead and see if YouTube vertical will kick in. There we go. We're going live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. As I stated, had my horizontal live already up, so I'm going to go ahead and make it clear that this is going to be likely a very interesting broadcast, because I am going to ask the question: is it possible that President Trump, no longer referred to as former President Trump, President-elect, soon to be number 47, is it possible that President Trump could indeed have a legacy of being the best president in U.S. history, or one of the best? Now, I know this may sound incredibly ridiculous to some of my liberal viewers, but I want to give you a little bit of what I believe is detail on how this is possible. Now, obviously, the 2016 to 2020, obviously, his first term, he doesn't go down in history as being one of the best presidents ever. But he has time to correct his legacy. Plenty of time to correct his legacy. So what I want to give you is a few details that I think could make him go down in history quite favorably. First, we've often heard, or, folks have often suggested that the Republican Party lacked diversity. Shout out to Trump this go round. The Republican Party is now more diverse than it has been in quite a while. Now, some African Americans voted for Trump. A lot of Hispanics voted for Trump. Hell, you even had some LGBT members and other folks. Real quick, hang on a second, folks. On YouTube, they're saying the audio was bad. So let me try and reset the YouTube audio. Even the Arabs. Yeah, Arabs? Did Trump get support from the Arab community? Okay. And I would say, before I continue, and I'm resetting one of my streams, so I gotta fill this in, but I would say in regards to the Arab community, the whole Israeli versus Palestinian conflict might be where some of that came from, because a lot of folks were angry with Kamala Harris, were upset with the whole, just the whole America continuing to fund Israelis. Now, I don't know if that's going to change under Trump at all, but a lot of Arabs may not realize that. So they were pissed off that the Biden administration continued backing Israel, and some of them either sat it out and decided not to vote at all, or maybe even voted for President Trump. Now, as I stated before, I'm not sure by any means at all that they're going to be happy that they decided to get pissed off with Kamala Harris and Biden and vote for Trump. I don't think you're going to get your wish out of Trump in regards to the Palestinian Israeli conflict. But getting back to the topic, if I can get my my other third stream, I'll take a few questions until we can get to that. What did he pass through legislation in his first 4 years? Kathy, appreciate the the turkey. Thank you very much. What did he pass in his first 4 years? Well, I think it's not necessarily what he passed. It's just folks felt like they were doing better. Even with the claim that he had, some folks would suggest he had no policies. But at the end of the day, people vote, or what I often refer to as perception is reality. And the perception of voters under Biden was that the country sucked. Whether it is how you felt economically, whether it is how you felt about immigrants coming in this country without being vetted and potentially taking resources from the country, that was the perception. We can argue whether it's true or not. We can debate that. But at the end of the day, that was the perception, and that's what people voted on. And Trump got considerably higher marks in those areas from most voters than Biden and Harris. Now, Kamala Harris, being fair, Kamala Harris didn't have a lot to do with some of that stuff. But you operated under the Biden administration. Therefore, any perceived failures of that administration, Kamala's going to get credited for it. And she didn't do herself any justice at all by going on a View and saying that she wouldn't change anything from the Biden administration. That probably was the worst answer she could have ever given, to suggest that if she was elected president, she would basically give us more of the same. Why she would say that while operating under such a very unfavorable president makes no damn sense at all. And I think it's probably certainly probably helped in the downfall of her campaign. So, but at the end of the day, we're going to be talking about Trump. Is it possible that he could emerge from this as one of the best presidents in history? Now, one of the things I'm going to mention is, because I've seen some folks in the comments already, like, what, get the hell out of here with that rhetoric. Well, there is a chance for Trump to really come out of this looking really nice in terms of, when I say best president in history or one of the best, I'm talking about a president that does something that years later folks are still talking about, like John F. Kennedy, man on the moon, Ronald Reagan, Gorbachev tearing down this wall, Roosevelt fighting off the Nazis, Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves. I'm talking about some years later. Currently, 2016 and 2020, I don't believe Trump really has anything that he's accomplished in his first term that people are going to be talking about 40, 50 years later. But there's plenty of room for that to happen. Jay Evans, appreciate the turkey. I'll give you some lowdown on it. Then I'll start taking callers, because I do believe the stream is now up. First of all, I did mention earlier that under Trump there are more. It's somewhat of a bigger tent party now. There's far more diversity under Trump than there ever was under all of the Republican presidents or candidates that led the Republican Party in our lifetime. He's brought more diversity to the Republican Party. So this could be the era people may look back on and say, this is where the Republican Party started making changes. Because at least for most of my 50 years in life, Republican Party was always considered to be the white man's party. Well, now that they've got more of the Hispanic vote than the Democrats, that's not necessarily true anymore. He didn't do as well with blacks, we get it, but with Hispanics, he did very well. 54% of the Hispanic male vote, 38%, 34% of the Hispanic female vote. But what could make him great? My humble opinion, teaming with Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who, regardless of how you may feel about his politics, he is a fucking genius. Talking about Elon Musk. And now he could find himself operating with the blessing of the federal government behind him. So he's already invented electric vehicles. We know that. He's talking about, he has the Starlink out. He's catching rockets in midair. And he's even talking about sending a man to the moon. Now imagine with the blessing of the U.S. government behind him, how much he could accomplish. And keep in mind, anything he accomplishes, Trump's going to get credit for that. So Trump has a genius on his side. Remember I talked about JFK sending a man to the moon? If Elon Musk makes something like that happen with Mars, Trump gets credit for that. That started under Trump. Keep in mind, Trump created the Space Force his last go round. Now he can work on that with the likes of people like Elon Musk. Jeff Bezos is somewhat of an ally as well, the world's second richest man. These are things, as I said, could make him a great president, things that people will be talking about years later, that he's responsible. This is if he takes this path. Now, I would also add the possibility of improving relations with our adversaries. I know we hate Russia. I know we don't like Kim Jong-un of North Korea. We're not a big fan of Xi Jinping of China. Hell, I don't know if he's going to improve anything with Iran, but we're not fans of these countries. But if he could make it so that the superpowers that we're constantly at an adversarial level would, I'm not saying be friends or buddy or no shit like that, but just cool down the tension between us and our adversaries. That's historic. That's more stuff that would make him a great president. And last but not least, this is probably going to involve a host of things. Don't do the bad stuff. We talk about a nationwide abortion ban. We're talking about some of the things that we have discussed earlier about picking sides and race relations and things like that. The largest deportation in history, while I think most of the country right now favors it, I think once they see how the sausage is made, you might start seeing some changes on that. I'm going to go to the box and start taking calls. But keep in mind, right after the election, Google, world's largest search engine, claimed that there was a phrase that they had a spike in searches for. That phrase was, "How can I change my vote?" Now that's hilarious because obviously you can't change your fucking vote, but that is interesting that people the day after the election were Googling how they could change their vote. Let me go to the box. That's crazy. How you can change your vote? It's too late for that. Going straight to the box, Michael, one of my subscribers. We always get a subscriber's first digs. Good evening, Michael. How's it going? Not much at all. Best president in history, Donald Trump. Is there a possibility of that?
Absolutely not, Tim. It's so funny you said all that shit. You said, well, if he would create unicorns and rainbows and sunflower, there was nothing in his agenda or what he said, even since the election, that would give you. Hell no, Tim. Why are we doing this?
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. You got more diversity in the Republican Party than at any point in our lifetime. Is that not an accomplishment?
Okay, no, because I'm going to tell you why. That diversity was just to get a vote, Tim. It was just to get a vote. And actually, I don't call that diversity as much as I call it ignorance. Because the majority of the minorities that voted, you know why you're seeing that, Google, now? You know why you're seeing that?
Why am I seeing it?
Because people are about can they change their vote, which is idiotic, but it's the same energy that they put into the vote. Yeah. Very, very high level bullets, thinking that he's not doing none of that shit. Look at his picks. Look who he's picking.
Yeah, but you don't give, you're talking about bringing, you even got LGBT members. LGBT for Trump. You don't give him no credit for any of this.
No, because it's bullshit. Who did he just pick as his quote unquote? By the way, there's no czars in the U.S. But who did he? This shit is comical. If it wasn't so serious, who did he just pick as his borders are? Quote unquote borders are.
He went to the Heritage Foundation. I know that I can't think of the guy's name, but there's
Tom Holman. Tom Holman is his name. He contributed to Project 2025.
Yeah.
Who is Stephen Miller?
He's hung around he hung around Nick Fuentes, by the way.
He's a white supremacist.
Yeah. I didn't say it, you did. All right.
No, I'm gonna say it because it's true. Listen, Tim, I told you from the very beginning, anybody that voted for Trump, that's a minority, that's a woman. You can't have two simultaneous agendas. You can't have an agenda for white supremacy and have an agenda for diversity at the same time. I told you that months ago. It is not changed, and it will not change.
So he gets 50. He gets 54% of the Hispanic vote. Are you saying they just all ignorant?
I'm saying that first of all, I think that there's a large majority of them that are when it comes to this vote, and you're seeing it already. You're seeing it already. What do you think is Google? Go ahead.
What about the details I gave about having Elon Musk on your side? The guy's a genius. He's inventing a lot of things. If he invents things that Trump's administration backs, doesn't Trump get credit for that?
You know what? I don't know. I don't know.
Come on.
No. Here's what I mean. I would imagine that he would, but what I'm telling you is, I don't believe anything positive is going to come from this for the majority of minorities. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck if he puts 8 billion hotels on the moon. If it's damaging black and brown folks and women, that means nothing to me.
What do you foresee Trump possibly doing that would be damaging the black and brown folks?
Okay, so he just came out and said how he was going to start, and I'm paraphrasing, I just saw it today, how he was going to basically start defunding HBCUs. Taking money. You didn't see that?
Again, no, I haven't seen that.
He's been talking about this stuff, but he's been talking about this because he never funded HBCUs to begin with, although his followers think he did something. He didn't. He tried to take it out. And he tried to take it out of the budget when he was in office. But he just came out with that. Matter of fact, claiming that we're going to start teaching American, we're going to start getting educated the right way, the American way. Now, what does that mean coming from him? When he's already said that he wouldn't fund schools that wanted to teach black history, right?
Well, he didn't say he doesn't want black history taught at all.
100%. He said it on Fox News when they asked him about schools that want to teach slavery and racism in this country. He said they won't get federal funding. Those words came out of his mouth.
Well, let me put on my MAGA hat here and suggest that maybe it was taken out of context where he's talking about folks who want to portray America as a racist nation in modern time, not necessarily talking about history. Maybe he doesn't want schools teaching children that we currently are a racist nation.
Aren't we currently a racist nation? Isn't that what we're watching right now in front of our face, in front of our eyes? Isn't that what we've been watching the last 2 years, Tim?
Give me something.
In our face?
What have we seen? Now, Biden's been in office for the last 2 years. So what have we seen under Biden?
I'm talking about the rhetoric from Trump and his campaign. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Haitians. I'm talking about demonizing immigrants. I'm talking about all the things that his rhetoric stands for. That's what he's been saying it right in our face. It's not hidden. It's not hidden. It is what it is. And now we're going to be dealing with it. Why do you think people are panicking? Why would he put someone in charge of immigration, this mass deportation, right? That would cost the U.S. almost $1 trillion over 10 years.
Here's what I don't get, though. Why the hell would people be panicking? If there's one thing I will give Trump credit for, he kind of laid out what he was going to do. You're not panicking over something you didn't know. It's not like he got in there and he went left of what he said. He literally laid out what he was going to do. So if you voted for him, why the hell are you panicking?
You know why? Because they weren't paying attention. Just like a lot of you people that come on your show, they weren't paying attention to detail. We've been talking about it week after week after week, live after live. Matter of fact, I want you to bring up one Trump supporter today that still tries to deny Project 2025, right? Because it's undeniable, right? It's undeniable now. He's hiring people that have contributed to Project 2025. It's right.
He certainly put people from Project 2025 on his administration, but I gotta.
How do you do that? How do you do that if you say you never knew about it?
Well, that still is not ironclad proof that he wants to have a Project 2025 agenda just because he hired people from. You got to start seeing more and more of those policies come to life.
Or if you go back and look, like I told Trey the last time we were on here, or if you go back and look at the executive orders he put in place when he was in office before, they're directly out of Project 2025. How much more evidence do you need to understand what's going on? It is 100% ironclad.
But is that Trump's fault? If he clearly laid out his policies, as clear as day, and a lot of minorities voted for him, do they really have a legitimate right to complain? The guy told you what he was going to do. You voted for it. Now you're going to bitch and complain about him granting you what he told you he was going to give you, and you voted for it?
It is not his fault.
Yeah.
The only thing that I hold him accountable for is the lies that got the people there.
What do you mean?
They just bought into the propaganda that he was putting out there. I'm not a part of Project 2025 and all the things he said he wasn't. He is, and people ignored them. People ignored him for an economy that they thought was better under him, which wasn't. People thought that he was better at immigration, which he wasn't. And again, this mass deportation that he's talking about is, if he could execute that plan, is going to devastate our economy.
You really think that Trump is not better at the economy or immigration than Biden and Harris?
100%.
You gotta be alone in that. I think even many Democrats believe that Trump was better both economically and in terms of securing the border than Biden and Harris. How are you coming to that conclusion?
Well, you and I talked about this before. Any administration, the first year to 18 months is the good or bad from the preceding administration, right?
Okay.
Right.
But people are not going to perceive it that way. I get your point. You're trying to say he got it from Obama.
But that's my point. I'll tell you what they did well. I'll tell you what the Republicans did well. They stayed on that crazy rhetoric, and the Dems never had a campaign to combat it like they should have.
Yeah.
Right? They never met it with facts. They never did.
No, it's more than that though, Michael. I mean, the idea of letting you're letting in people that have not been vetted. That's a fact. That under Biden, the number of immigrants coming in this country ballooned, and many of them have not been checked. They haven't been vetted or anything. That's a fact.
You know what? Here's what I'm going to say about that. And again, I never debated that because immigration has been a problem for 50, 60 years in this country.
Fair enough. Yeah, true.
50, 60. So that's what's funny about this argument. That's what I'm telling you. It's been a problem for 50, 60 years. We haven't had any legislation to fix anything at the border. And it hasn't been this type of issue. It has taken Trump and his cronies to demonize immigrants, to make people fearful of something that they really don't have anything to fear.
Well,
right?
I think it's more, Michael. I think it's more than that. You're basically saying under Biden, the number of immigrants coming in this country unvetted did not increase. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that they took this argument and they elevated it into fear mongering, to make it more than it actually is. That's what I'm saying.
I hear I don't disagree with you that there was some exaggeration being done, but the notion that under Biden the border was not worse.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they used it as a tool to fearmonger people to think that this immigration. Why do you think we were talking about Haitians and dogs and cats and Congo? And tell me, here's the thing. If you can tell me that he named another race or ethnicity that was part of an immigration issue other than black and brown folks, I'll listen. But he didn't.
Yeah. Well, that's the overwhelming majority of people that come in this country are black and brown, though.
But there's a lot of people in this country that have overstayed visas that are still here. Yeah. They're not talking about that. They're not talking about that. When they say grape and smurder and all these things and poisoning the blood and all of that stuff, that's fear mongering about that a problem that doesn't exist at per capita at the proportion that they're stating it is fear mongering.
I think where you're losing me, I do got to move it on, but I want to get clarity from you. So you're saying the border and immigration did not get any worse under Biden than any of the other presidents?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but answer that question. Did it get worse under Biden?
It wasn't to the extent that they are perpetuating the issue to be.
But it did get worse.
Well, I mean, you can argue that it did.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Do you believe it got worse under Biden?
I don't believe it got to the extent that they're talking about.
That ain't what I'm asking you. Take away what they're talking about. I'm asking you specifically. Do you believe immigration and the issue at the border got worse under Biden?
Yeah, it probably did.
Probably.
Probably did. It probably did. But here's what I'm saying. So if you go back the timeline of when things happen, right? And this is why when people don't understand what's happening at the border, like when they say when he applied his executive order, right? They said, well, how come he didn't do it sooner? He didn't want to do it sooner. And the reason he didn't want to do it sooner because he wanted Congress and the Senate to do their jobs, right?
Yeah, and that's true. But at the end of the day, you got executive powers. If you actually realize the border sucks and you see Congress and the Senate not doing their job and you have executive power, as a president, you should use them. Trump would have used them. Biden is going to sit back and wait till Congress does it, knowing the border's not secure. You don't let them keep failing at the border if you have some power to do something.
But his executive order, he can do it, but it's also against the law, and he's being sued for it right now by the ACLU, right? Am I right?
Yeah, he's been sued, but like I said, then let him sue you. Just like Trump, that's why Trump is getting credit when he tried to impose a Muslim ban, which I'm no fan of, but he showed that he was willing to do more for the border than the law would even allow. So he does look like he's gung-ho about protecting the border.
That's what he looked, but a key word you just said, he looks like he is.
Perception is reality.
And they sold that. And that's why people are talking about what you watch what I tell you. It's sad that it's going to have to come to this. It's going to come to this, and it's just sad to watch happen because it's going to be a disaster. And I haven't heard anything to change my mind. And I'll be fair, if I did, I would say that. But I'm not hearing anything that's going to change on what he wants to do based on his agenda, based on their agenda, based on the people that he's putting in office, the people that he's nominating that have this history of white supremacy. It's bad. But I knew it was coming. I'm not the one with blinders on. But there are a bunch of people that do. As simple as that.
All right, well, if he screws up, keep in mind, maybe this will make you feel a little bit better. There's another national election in about 1,475 days. I got to move it on, Michael.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it. Yeah, right. The next election is about 1,470 some odd days away, so we'll see what happens. Looking in the comments, hey, his team will turn on him very soon, and you'll call them rhinos. I'm not one of those anti-bullshit. Love the name anti-BS in the comments. You're saying that Trump's team is going to turn on him, and he'll call them rhinos. I don't buy into the notion that anybody that criticizes Trump instantly becomes a rhino. I'm not in that camp. You know, Liz Cheney was well respected in the Republican Party all the way up to January 5th. After January 6th, she suddenly becomes a rhino, and the fact that she voted with Trump like 96% of the time is no longer even considered. No, I don't buy into that, but I appreciate the comment. Let me go back to the comments, or better get to the box. Could Trump be the best president in U.S. history if he literally takes advantage of the fact he has a diverse environment? He's got Elon Musk on his side. Don't do some of the bad things that people expect, like a national abortion ban. Keep in mind, a large portion of the country, rather, seem to be okay with returning abortion rights back to the states. There's a large portion of the country that seems to be okay with that. Let me go back to the box. Arshafine, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Republicans already fighting in-house for Mitch McConnell's seat, and they told Trump to stay out of it. I think the guy down in Florida, Scott, is going to get that Senate leadership position you're talking about. Arshafine, good afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. Trump, possibly the best president in U.S. history, having the ability to do that. What say you?
Is this a real question?
Well,
wait, who said? I mean, is it? Sorry.
I get it sounds wild as hell looking at his 2016 to 2020 presidency. Like, what the hell would make you say that? But what I'm saying is he has more diversity on his side now than any other Republican president in our lifetime, likely. So it's no longer the white man's party, so to speak. He has Elon Musk on his side, who's a genius, creating all kinds of inventions. If he's giving access to the federal coffers, Elon Musk could likely send someone to the Mars, like he's been talking about. Further the space program. I mean, we got Starlink. He's catching rockets in midair. Trump's going to get credit for all of that. All of that stuff that Trump will be getting credit for 50, 100 years from now. Can you see where he may be one of the most memorable presidents in history, successfully?
Oh, he'll definitely be memorable. I don't. I Yes, he got more diversity than any other Republican in history. Well, yes. However, I mean, there were a lot of people. I mean, he did not get the majority of the Jewish vote. He did not get the majority of the Black women's vote. He still didn't get the majority of the Black males. If we're going to talk about, 50-50.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm not talking about now. You're right. Go ahead.
So yes, he spoke to something that people seem to bet on. Like, okay, we're gonna bet on this guy, and see how it goes, because they felt somehow, some way, it was worth the toss, right? Elon Musk, in my opinion, although he is very smart, it's not just him, it's the people that work for it's like saying that.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but that man also believes in replacement theory. Like, I can't do that. Like, there's a reason why he left South Africa after apartheid. Like, he's not our friend.
So do you see Trump or Trump's administration as being intolerant or racist? Because that's what it sounds like I'm hearing.
What I see with his administration being anti-DEI, anti whatever woke is, which basically is anything other than being asleep at this point, like to the
I'm hearing once you go woke, you go broke. That's what I'm hearing. Is there any validity to that?
Well, I don't know. I don't personally believe that. I like the fact that, my husband's family is maybe awakening to certain things that are happening in the United States of America that they may not have noticed prior to my husband marrying me. Like, right? So, no, it's okay to be aware, being woke and aware. We've turned that into a bad word, or they have chosen to turn that into something negative. I do think, you can go a little too, sensitive on either side, whether you be far right or far left.
But has
an issue.
But has the left went too far? I'll give you an example. DJT, I guess that means Donald J. Trump 2024, period. And congratulations, you got that. He says Elon is 1 million times smarter than this caller. Screw DEI, which basically means not the best for the job. So when we talk about getting rid of DEI, is it perhaps an unfair policy?
No, because if we look at, like, even MIT has actually come out and said that the ruling that the Supreme Court had to, like, eliminate affirmative action, they're not seeing nearly as many women. They're not seeing nearly as many people of color being into their thing. And that is a bad thing. It's because if you have an option as a human being to just hire what you see in the mirror, it's not good for America, because we all.
Yeah, but what if you're hiring for a position? And Dencal, appreciate that. Thank you, Dencal. What if it's your responsibility to hire? Let's say you're hiring a pilot or you're hiring a cop, and you got a white male versus, let's say, a Hispanic or a black woman, and you're thinking, particularly for law enforcement, you end up hiring a woman. I mean, is it possible that if the male is more suited for the job, you should pick them regardless of DEI standards?
Listen, I have friends that are of color that are police officers, and they're just fine. And they're women, and they do a great job. They're smart. They do their job. They work in, like in the criminal science investigation. They have their, like.
Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it. Arsha, let me rephrase it. If you were in a burning building and you needed somebody to drag you from under a log or something before you turn into a crisp, would you prefer a man over a woman? If you needed to be dragged and carried out of that building because you no longer had use of your legs, do you think either gender is okay, or would you prefer a man?
I'm going to tell you, I'm now with friends that had to perform it. And
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
What you have to do to be fired, what you have to do to work for the fire department, they do not just take anybody. You have to pass tasks and stuff. Like, yes, if you have a fire department uniform on, I will trust any woman or any man, I don't care what you look like, because I know what my friends have had to go through to get into the fire department. It is not easy. I couldn't do it. I'm 5'2" and I weigh like 119 pounds. No, there is a certain criteria. You have to be able to do this. You have to perform physical actions even to just get into it. So absolutely yes.
So
if I'm in a burning building and there's a woman there, I know she figured it out.
So you're basically saying the women that are in the fire department, in terms of requirements for tasks that involve strength and brute force, you're saying the women are no longer, they're no weaker than the men are.
The ones that make it, which is very few.
I don't know if that's
the ones that, well, no, because I live in Hawaii, and to be an ocean lifeguard, the women have to go through the exact same things as the men. And it is not easy, which is why you see the majority of ocean lifeguards. This isn't like the pool, okay? Like, the majority of ocean lifeguards are males, but we're not talking about caring and that. We're just talking about, hiring and admissions in college. We're not talking about the police department, the fire department, heck, the military at this point is more diverse than, potentially some areas of the United States, employment or college admissions. So, no, you can't compare. It's different. You can't compare, but you can't.
And I see in the comments, Cleo says, Tim, that's the perfect example of why Harris lost. Yeah, I gotta say, Arsha, with me being 6'6", 300 pounds, I don't even know if most men could drag me out, but if it's up to the gender, I absolutely want a man to be trying to drag me out. I don't expect a woman to be as successful at doing that as a man.
Well, and the potential for women to pass the fire department test is very unlikely. I know guys that are strong, we weightlift together, we work out, that have failed the test. Okay, so it's very hard. That's why you don't generally see women in the fire department.
Yeah, but it's likely to be just like in sports, where the rules for female sports are generally a little bit softer than they are for male sports. Like in basketball, the rim may be lowered. The qualifications. Hold on, hang on. The qualifications for a female to join the fire department, are they exactly the same as for a man?
Yes, they are, and that is what, because fire does not discriminate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fire isn't like, oh, I'm sorry, there's a woman here, I'm going to chill out for no, that's not you. And this is why this argument about this particular thing shouldn't apply to this sort of job. There are certain jobs that, I was talking about college admissions, okay? I was talking about affirmative action, not allowing women that can't do the job to save lives to be accepted. That would be a failure on the fire department, which they would never do, because like I said, I have a friend, he failed 3 times. He had to get his shit together physically and mentally, and now he's finally in the fire academy, which is like they take you away for like 9 months. You're staying in a basically like a dorm. So it's not a joke.
I don't know. I listen. I hear your point. I don't know. I'd have to see more of this.
It's not a.
Go ahead.
It's not a point. I mean, like I said, if we're going to talk about DEI, we're not talking. I don't like this analogy.
What does DEI? What does DEI mean to you?
DEI means to me that you're not going to overlook a qualified human with the same resume as another qualified human and hiring that other human based on either gender or race.
Okay, so I got to move it on, but let me ask, hold up, before I let you go, I'm going to ask you this. When Biden stated ahead of time that he was going to appoint a black, or better yet, a woman, I think he said a woman of color, to vice president and the Supreme Court. Was that DEI, where he stated ahead of time his next pick is going to be a black woman?
And that was the same thing Donald Trump said with.
No, but I'm asking you, when Biden said it, was that DEI?
So the court should reflect America, in my opinion. Donald Trump saying that he was going to appoint.
You're not answering the question. You're talking about something else. When Biden said he was going to appoint a black woman to vice president and to the Supreme Court, is that DEI?
It's probably affirmative action or DEI at its best. Yes.
Okay. All right. So it is DEI.
It's not bad though. It's not saying that he passed. It's just the same thing of like Donald, and that's the thing I don't understand is like when Donald Trump says I'm going to appoint a woman, or when Ronald Reagan says that, or when other people say that, like they don't think of it as that is also DEI.
Yeah.
Diversity.
I don't disagree that DEI has worked for white people most of America's history. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm just saying, call it out what it is. What you're talking about with Biden, you're a bit hesitant to say, but it is the same thing in reverse. All right, Arsha, I got to move it. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
What I want to say is Congress should look like America. The Supreme Court should look like America. It hasn't for a very, very long time, but it's beginning to look like what you see in the mirror, and that is a good thing.
And that's what the Republican Party is now starting to look like under Trump. Does he not get credit for that?
He can get credit for it. Yeah, of course he can.
All right, we're making progress.
But I don't think he's going to be the best president in history. We have LBJ, we have Abraham Lincoln, we have so many. We have Kennedy. I mean, I don't know. We got a lot. We have a lot to deal with. They weren't the best maybe today, but they were the best for their time. I don't necessarily think that Donald Trump is the best for our time. Let me put it that way. So that's all I got to say.
All right, Arsh. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. And listen, at the end of the day, I get the hesitance of, admitting that what Biden did was a DEI hire. And I do agree with my last caller that in reality, America has been a DEI environment since its inception. We just did not call it DEI. I mean, we've always been DEI. I mean, it just once it started being tailored toward people of color, it became an issue. But I mean, let's just be clear, 50, 60 years ago, it didn't matter how qualified I was not going to get a job of stature over a white guy, even if he was less qualified. So DEI has always been around. It just became a major issue when it was starting to be used on behalf of people of color. But I do agree with, I do believe what Biden did was DEI. Anyway, looking in the comments, it's a fair and honest point, but it is a form of revenge now. Johnny, there is some revenge to it. Before I go to the box, and tap the screen. I have not asked folks to do that. Tap the screen, smash that like button. YouTube, better yet TikTok, get the likes up to about 20,000. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. You know the program is always MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with Q. Stevie D, appreciate the confetti. Thank you, appreciate that. So yeah, we've always had it, but I'll respond real quick to Johnny's comment. Is DEI in modern times some form of revenge for what happened in years past? Yeah, there is some of that, and I'm not going to deny that. There is certainly some of that in there. But I always use the example. It's like playing the game Monopoly. I think we're all aware of how much the game Monopoly is played, where you let one group, DJ Julio, appreciate that, ×2, appreciate that live on there. If you let one group go around the board in Monopoly, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 times. Each time they get $200 when they pass go, they're buying up all the properties. Meanwhile, you're holding another group back. Maybe you're holding all the other groups back. And you're letting one group go around the board 20, 30 times. And they're buying all the property. They're landing on community chests. They're getting all the cars and everything. Yeah, by the time you on the 21st go round, well, now everybody can go. If you don't have some form of DEI, those other groups will never catch up. You don't purchase all the property. Your bank account is 100 times larger than everybody else. They'll never catch up. So while there is some revenge to it, I'm not denying there's some revenge to it. Without doing it, one group is going to be ahead of everyone else. I don't even know. I mean, if you've done this, now I said going around the board 20 times, but in reality, it went on for, I don't know, at least a couple hundred years. So how long does it take? Or are we even concerned with trying to have some kind of equality? Or do we just say on the 21st go round, too bad, so sad, you can go now. You're landing on everybody's property. You're paying all kinds of money. You're having to borrow money from the bank. You know how Monopoly goes. Imagine playing the game of Monopoly, and by the time you go around, all of the properties have been bought. So everywhere you land is on somebody's property. Can you play the game like that? Is there any chance of winning if you've been handicapped that bad? Let me go back to the box. And I see the comments. Chris Toy Baller says, Tim the Spinster. You didn't like that example. I get it. Tap the screen. Get your boy likes up to about 20,000. Let me go back to the next caller. We'll continue on with the one and only Dencow. Good evening, Dencow. Is my example really that bad? Was my Monopoly example that far off, Dencow? Good afternoon.
No, I want to say that was spot on. That was a beautiful analogy, but unfortunately, a lot of people will not catch.
How could you not? I thought I was doing a pretty damn good job too, but I got in the comments like, you're spinning it. So
folks turned it off when you first said that they had an advantage. It's a bunch of folks that said that I grew up poor. I don't know what he's talking about. I had to work hard all my life. I ain't been given nothing.
Yeah.
They missed the larger picture of we're talking about entire races or cultures of people going through this monopoly, analogy. They missed it because they're looking at their own personal lives.
Yeah, if you look at it individually, you might not see it. But if you compare the cultures side by side, there's no denying that holding one culture back had an effect. But yeah, if you just take your own individual circumstance, yeah, you may not ever see it.
Yeah, I bet you not one person on here ever looked at Trump saying that he was going to hire a female for a Supreme Court justice as DEI. Not one of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. He did say that. He did say that. But when Biden did it, hell, even I covered it.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh, she's not qualified because she's DEI. We can look at Amy Coney Barrett, and she had the least record of any Supreme Court justice in history. She literally was never a judge. She never was, she never was a prosecutor. She never did any of those things. And they put her on the court, and they didn't say a damn word.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, but you're probably going to argue with what I'm asking, and that is, under the current circumstances, is it possible that Trump could be one of the best presidents in history? I mean, he got diversity on his side. He's got a genius like Elon Musk on his side, likely to have Jeff Bezos on his side, developing all kinds of fantastic inventions, maybe sending a man to Mars. Can you see where Trump years later may leave behind a legacy where people were like, that was one of the best ones to do it?
Is it possible? Yes, because anything is possible. But what we're asking is, does Donald Trump, at almost 80 years old, have the ability to see the power and ability that he has and use his powers for good? And we have no reason to believe through his whole life that he really wants to do something good for the country or the world. We just don't have that example.
Then why is there so many Americans that believe that man really cares about this country? That man took the job without taking a salary. That man could have rode off into the sunset a rich billionaire, but no, he decided up to his damn near dying day to continue his patriotic duty of looking out for this country. What say you?
Well, I think the vast majority of the people saying that are the people who don't understand power, what it means to people, how it overshadows money or any other thing. A man having power is worth more than just laying on the beach. A man that has felt belittled by other billionaires gets to now stand in that spot and say, you will now bow down. He gets to tell Jeff Bezos, the man that he couldn't stand, and all of those other billionaires, I don't care that y'all had me beat 100 to 1 in income. You will all now come sit down, you will bow down, and you will listen to me, or you will lose everything that you have. Listen,
wait, he can't say that. Wait, how can he?
Yes, we're about as close to a kingdom as we ever have been. Our country was not designed for you to have the Supreme Court, the executive branch, the Senate, the House. It wasn't designed for one person to have all of that. We are literally slipping away from any types of checks and balances. That's how we were designed.
But is that something that Trump should be reprimanded for? Because, and by the way, Alan Quinn, appreciate the super chat. Thank you for the support. Is it something that Trump should be reprimanded for? Because it's not like Trump is coming up with all these wild things he's going to do and then going left of his promises. That man is literally trying to do exactly what he told the voters. If you vote for me, I'm going to do this. He is actually attempting to do that stuff.
I disagree. I disagree that he himself came up with these policies.
Will, thank you.
If you take a look at all of the policies and stuff he's talking about, the vast majority of them come from other people. He's going to put people in charge of doing this stuff. Yes, he said it out of his mouth, but Stephen Miller is the architecture behind his whole.
Yeah, but Stephen Miller does not get on the administration unless Trump puts him on it. Remember, Trump promised the best and brightest.
Yes, he's being put up as his top immigration. He's getting a very high level position. He's getting a very, very high level position.
So if Trump gets this largest deportation in history thing, if he does get rid of a large portion of the illegal immigrants in this country, Stephen Miller and his crew, if they do that, they were appointed by Trump at the end of the day. Do Trump get credit for getting the border under control?
Yes, but that's not the question you asked. You asked about whether he could be somebody that he's not. Could he be the best president ever? Yeah, yes, he's got the ability. He has the power to do it. But what is he going to use his powers for? People don't understand. Also, they don't understand the power dynamic between him and Elon Musk. This nice little friendship is not going to last very long because they're two alpha men and they have two different goals in mind. And both of them want to control the world.
So you foresee Elon Musk and Trump having a falling out?
Yes, they're going to bump in soon because for one, well, I don't know. Maybe if Congress does what they're asking them, because they're asking the Senate now to forego the confirmation process when you pick a cabinet. He wants them to not get vetted. He wants to be able to pick anybody he wants to and put them in his cabinet without the FBI looking into him. Without people don't understand what he asking.
I gotta say though, I gotta move it on soon, then, Kev. But at the end of the day, like I said, ain't shit you can complain about. This guy told people exactly what he was going to do. You know what they say about the Maya Angelou quote? It ain't like he lied to the American people. He talked about how he was going to get rid of immigrants. Everything people are acting like they're fearful of. He told you he was going to do it, and we voted for him. We voted for this. So to me, it doesn't make sense for so many Americans to cry foul. You voted for this.
Look, a lot of us did. We were upset because we see the train coming. But I think a lot of us have come to the understanding we now, people that have established themselves and are not necessarily going to be affected that much one way or another. Like a lot of African American people, like we're not in the sights.
The crosshairs.
We're not in the crosshairs of what's going on. So we get to sit back and ask the question about these Muslims in
So wait a minute, if you're saying that African Americans are not in the crosshairs, how do we, and Red Dawn, appreciate the graphic there. Thank you, Red Dawn. So how do we respond to folks who continue to suggest, usually black people, that suggest that any black person that voted for Trump is voting against their own interests? You just stated black people are not even in the crosshairs. So blacks are going to get a good economy.
Right. Well, part of what it's a nuance to what I said. Black people didn't vote for Trump en masse.
True.
That's what people think, because we go on social media and we see a bunch of these black men wearing his hat, acting like they won the lottery. But that's not the vast majority of them.
Acting like they won the lottery?
20% of black men voted for Trump, but 12% of black people voted for Trump. That's the same amount that voted for him the last time. So to say that black men who running around talking about, we free thinkers, we the ones who got Trump in office, he gonna do something. I don't include them clowns when I say black people.
Yeah, only, like you said, only 18%, only 7% of black females. So yeah, his vote from African Americans was not that great. It's the Hispanics that really showed up. Yeah, the Hispanics showed up.
Now take my answer in context. Now, when I say we black people get to sit back and say, what the hell was them Hispanic men thinking when they just recreated the 95 crime bill to go after their whole community and they think they won the lottery?
That historically may not go well for them. So that answers my question for sure. All right, then, Cal, you drive a hard bargain as always. You win this one. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. I'm having a biting moment. All right. He is going to say you reap what you sow, says Daniel. Well, like I said, certainly with the Hispanic community, I cannot tell you how many black liberals, African-American liberals that are pissed off with the Hispanic community that are saying, I hope they round your ass up. I hope they deport you. There are black people that are wishing for the downfall of Hispanics. They're going to round your family up and your ass deserve it. I'm hearing that from a lot of African-Americans. I see Will G says, fuck no, when we ask if Trump is, could he have the legacy of the best president? I see that, Will G. But yeah, there are a lot of African Americans And I see in the comments, Arshafine says I'm one of them. A lot of African Americans are like, if they round your ass up, hey, them your peoples. I see people on TikTok posting that. Look, once they start mistreating your ass, hey, them your peoples now. Don't come running us. I've seen a lot of people say that. Let me go back to the box. Most Google term on election day was, "Can I change my vote?" Yeah, back we talked about that. All of a sudden, everybody's on Google asking, can they change their vote? For instance, the whole joke about Puerto Rico being an island of garbage. For instance, there was a lot of Puerto Ricans that had already voted for Trump and was saying they wanted to change their vote. Right? Too bad. That's so sad. It is what it is. Let me go back to the box. Hispanic, the Jenny out the box. I guess you're referencing Jennifer Lopez. DJ Julio, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Julio always brings an interesting perspective. So, Julio, we're talking about the possibility of Trump maybe having a legacy of one of the best to ever do it. What say you?
I've been telling you that since we started talking.
So it sounds like this is a conversation. So now he has increased diversity, but I'm gonna ask you now. I know you're not an African American, but why do you think he still did so poorly with blacks?
Come on. I mean, listen. We want to vote for our people when we have a chance to vote for our people, and I think the black community saw another option to put another black president in there.
Yeah. Yellow Sunflower on my horizontal feed says, not him. Next caller. You always draw out some people that don't like your ass. But so I agree with you that, you got a black woman running. That's going to increase the black vote. But what did he do to get such a large amount of support from Hispanics? Because he's constantly talking about how bad Hispanic immigrants are. But yet the Hispanic community showed him a lot of love. How does that work?
Well, because he's not saying that the Hispanic people in general are bad people. He's saying that illegals that are coming across trying not to do it the right way are obviously coming over for nefarious reasons. And those are the bad ones. I'm sure there's some good ones. I mean, if you remember the conversation, that's.
I remember the conversation, Julio, and I don't recall hearing Trump ever say anything positive about immigrants coming over here across the southern border. It's all negative. He didn't even bring up them from a positive standpoint. I mean, and by the way, coming here illegally, which is a crime, doesn't mean you're coming here once you came in illegally and broke the law. It doesn't mean you're coming to break a bunch of other laws.
That's like law number one.
Yeah.
You can just go down the list, and okay, if you're willing to break a national law, what makes me think that you're not going to break some petty law in my town, or even a major crime in my town?
History is what makes you think that. You think most people? Wait, hold on. You think most people that have come to this country illegally have went on to commit violent crimes?
I wouldn't say the majority of them. No.
Give me analyze just for shits and giggles.
I would say like 40% of them come over here and do
something stupid. 40%. That is pretty damn high.
I've seen a lot of interviews with Mexican immigrants that are here on visas, that are here and finally got their citizenships. And one lady, I was listening to her. She's got like 20, 30 freaking family members that are here illegally. The guy asked her, said, what happens if Trump's plans go through and they get deported? She goes, well, then they get deported. Come in the right way.
That was crazy. I saw the video. This woman is saying that her family members are in the country illegal, been here 20 to 30 years, and she is eager to have them deported. Why would you want your own 30 years? That means they have no connection to where they came from at all. Might not even speak the language. Why would you want your own family kicked out?
Well, is it wanting your family kicked out, or is it wanting your family removed to come back the correct way?
You think that's going to be possible? As you and I both were admitting, coming here illegally is a crime. So if somebody wants to come to America and they've never came illegally, they don't have any crime on the boards, why would you give the criminal who you caught and deported a say-so over them? I mean, that person's going to be pushed so fucking far back to the line that they might be, 70 years old before they can come back.
It might be, and it might not ever come back. You're right.
Exactly.
You're right. But They made their bed, and it's time to lay in it. If you get busted with drugs and you're a drug dealer, you're going to jail. If you get pulled over, if I get pulled over, like Holmes said, if I get pulled over DUI and I've got my kids with me, I'm going to lose my kids. There's consequences for dumb actions. And if you come into the United States illegally, regardless if you later decide you want to be a citizen, you've got to go through the proper channels. And I think the way that he's setting it up, it almost looks like he's setting it up so that illegals that are here working might have a faster path to citizenship than the ones that are here doing illegal shit.
Well, I just want to be clear. While I'm not disagreeing with you that if you come here illegally, you have indeed committed a crime. Where I do disagree with you and potentially the lady that was celebrating her family getting kicked out of the country, it ain't gonna be that easy to just go back home and come the right way. I mean, if her family's been in the country for 20 to 30 years, they obviously are not kids. So you're telling somebody that's at least 20 to 30 years old, maybe 40, 50 years old, go back to this country that you haven't lived in all of your adult life and just come back the right way. That ain't gonna happen. That person is gonna be at the end of the line, and they're not probably going to live long enough to be a viable consideration to come back. You're basically getting them kicked out forever at that point.
Unfortunate, but that's the way the law works. And then we need to start living as a law-fearing nation. We need to live that way. If we're going to demand that our allies live by the law, if we're going to demand that our southern border and our northern border live by the law, then we ourselves have to start living by the law. And in that case, I'm sorry, but yeah, some of you that have been able to stay here, some of you that got trafficked here by the Democrat Party to different cities, you're going to have to go home now.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you about you need to obey the law, but I don't want folks to be lying about what this does involve. Fact is, if you came in this country illegally, once they deport you, you're probably never going to be allowed back. And a lot of folks on the right, like that lady, is making it sound like, well, you can just go and come back the right way. No, that option is probably not going to be available to you at all. You're going to be kicked out permanently.
And I would agree with you that my secondary thought on that though is if they because they have some really good people, I believe, that are going to get that border intact. I mean, was it freaking Home is his last name?
Yeah.
That guy's.
Why is he hiring so many of these Project 2025 people?
You want doers on your team, regardless of where they come from.
Maybe you want Project 2025 on your team.
No, we're not going to even chase that rabbit hole and entertain.
All right, okay. To me, it looks like the line is starting to get blurry.
No, and it might be, I was thinking that too the other day, and then I heard somebody else say it, and I was like, well, listen, he's putting people in places where they can effectively help us with outside of America.
And just to continue that note on, you had the guy Steve Bannon allegedly, and I'm gonna put this in air quotes, joking about saying that, what Project 2025 was our plan all along. Should we tell him this now? You notice how there was no outrage on the right? I mean, who would find suggesting that Project 2025 is a real thing? Who would find that as a joke? Because that's what the right said. He was just joking. Who laughs at something like that? When you think about how oppressive that is, that's like literally talking about we're gonna make all black slaves. It was just a joke. Who is expected to laugh at this stuff?
I don't think anybody was expected to laugh, and that was. I've never been a big fan of Bannon, but whatever. I mean, people say stupid shit, and he's right. The right didn't say nothing, and you're right. They didn't say nothing against it either. Where we differ is we're not going to feed a snake. If we find a snake, we're just going to let that snake die. That joke was a snake.
All I know is you guys, the problem I have, Julio, is this. I've seen LGBT issues where they talk about playing for the wrong team or going in bathrooms or statues coming down or athletes taking a knee. The right knows how to speak up and protest when it's something they don't like. So when I see something like that and the right doesn't say anything about it, it kind of speaks volumes.
It's a dead dog, and they're going to let it lie. And I commend them for not even giving the media any attention with it. We have a plan. The Agenda 47 is a plan, and if you look hard enough at Agenda 47, you're going to see that, some of the best picks are going to be these guys that may have endorsed, may have been a part of, may have may have close ties to Project 2025. That doesn't look good, but it doesn't mean that's what's going on. 47 is the plan, and 47 is doing it exactly how he said he was going to. He's putting the best for the job in that position. You know, much like my homegirl Christy Nome from South Dakota. She's going to go and be Homeland Security.
I heard about that. I did see that. Is America turning into a far-right country? You hear about the radical left. How far right are we going?
I think we're getting back to what humanity really exists as. And it's not titles, it's not labels, it's not pronouns, it's not adjectives, it's none of that shit. It's forward-thinking America first. We're going to be the wealthiest country. We're going to have the wealthiest citizens. Someone mentioned, and I don't want to let it go unaddressed. Someone mentioned about Trump, you know, and him following the law. Well, Trump has followed the law, and if you look at what's going on in his court cases right now, they are all going away.
Yeah, I don't think. Wait a minute. I'll disagree with you on the notion that Trump followed the law. Now, he may have not broken a single law at all, but I'm going to say this, and because his cases are going to be squashed, we don't know what the prosecution had to produce. They're going to just make it so the shit disappears.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
He aired that shit out in freaking October. The judge allowed that prosecutor to air out all the dirty laundry that they had on Trump. So we do know. So
we don't know what Fonnie Willis was going to say.
Fonnie Willis ain't going to say shit except for I shouldn't have been sleeping with the prosecutor.
Until I hear it, I don't have any way to know if what you're saying is valid or not. If you squash cases and you silence people, maybe it was a witch hunt, but in my opinion, until I hear it, I don't know. And if he's going to just completely make the cases, he's not going to court to prove his innocence. He's making it so the court case disappears. So I don't know. I can't speak on that behalf what you're saying. I can't agree with you on that.
You don't have to. And me having knowledge in court cases and why it goes the way that it goes, I'll break it down simply for you. When you have a case that you cannot prosecute, there's no reason to go after it. Now, apparently, and obviously, the way that the court cases are going, they don't have a situation they can prosecute Donald Trump. So, instead of wasting money and tie up any more times because our lawfare didn't work on him, they're gonna start dismissing them. 4 or 5 of the cases have been dismissed. One that's waiting, the 34 count is waiting on its appeal.
Yeah,
and that's one that just got pushed out.
Yeah, well, do you think the Supreme Court, if anything on Trump goes to the Supreme Court, do you believe they will be fair and unbiased? You know, you see them as a fair court?
I do see them as a fair court. Now listen, Supreme Court is different than your magistrate courts and your district courts and all of that shit. These guys are
Julio.
They are selected.
Julio. He picked 1/3 of that Supreme Court was picked by him, interviewed by him personally. You really think that if Obama or Biden or Kamala Harris personally picked 1/3 of the Supreme Court herself personally, it would still be unbiased?
Well, no, it would not be unbiased, and thank you for saying it that way, because currently it is unbiased. It would be unbiased. We've known that by the way that the Joe Biden administration has been trying to prosecute Donald Trump even before it was Joe Biden's administration.
But you don't hold Trump accountable at all for the claims that he was trying to prosecute Hillary Clinton. That's irrelevant?
No, I think that they should have. I think he should have put the hammer on her and had her prosecuted. Absolutely.
Okay, so she's guilty. So she's guilty, but Trump is innocent.
There's evidence that she's guilty, and there's not evidence that Trump is not guilty.
There is evidence against Trump. You just don't buy the evidence. I got to move it on, Julio.
What's the evidence? You give me one. Change my mind. Give me one. What's the evidence?
The Alvin Bragg case is not a case where Trump is innocent. It's a case where they've let other people do it and get away with it, and they charge him. He's not innocent of it. Just like if I was to jaywalk across the street and they would, come and give me a ticket when they normally let everybody get away with it. That don't mean I didn't do it.
Jack Smith, what case? Well, Jack Smith, what case is that?
No, Alvin Bragg in New York. The whole cheating the taxpayers and all of that. He actually did that.
He played the tax system and played the tax code better than 90%. That's the problem.
Okay. He actually did it. He just got charged for something they normally let other people get away with. I do believe it was I won't say a witch hunt, but I do believe if Trump wasn't Trump, he would not have been charged in New York for that stuff. Just like I don't believe Hunter Biden would have got charged with the lying on the gun application if he was not Hunter Biden. But that don't mean he didn't do it. He actually did do what they charged him for.
See, and what they're trying to charge Trump for, he can do legally through the tax code.
No, you can't lie. You can't evaluate and devaluate your properties when it's time to get taxes versus time to. You can't just do that.
There was no victim.
What does that got to do? If I go out and hire a hoe and she give me head in this car, it's a crime. Ain't no victims. She's happy she got paid. I'm happy I bust one. Ain't no victims. It's still a crime.
She's a victim of the sex trade. You're 100%. You're wrong in that. She's a victim. So she consented, but she's a victim. Okay?
What?
Prostitutes are victims. Yes, prostitutes are victims.
You got plenty of call girls out there doing the same damn thing. It's just because they pay taxes, it's legal. There's no victim. If she wants to do that and she does it for consent and I pay her, the only crime is the government didn't get a cut of the shit. There's no victims.
Okay, so who's the victim in the Elvin Brake case?
The same thing. The government didn't get their cut.
No. They got bigger cut. You realize that evaluating something at a higher price makes the tax value and the property tax go up. So the government got an inflated tax value on that inflated price that he said his property was valued at. The bank made more money on that valuation than a lower valuation. So everybody made money. Trump got what he wanted. No victim in the house.
When you actually take the loan out, on the documents, it tells you you're signing shit under penalty of perjury. If you take out the loan and you actually lie, but you end up repaying the loan back and repaying interest, that don't mean you didn't commit the act of perjury. He broke the law. I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, he actually did break the law. The fact is, they would have let most businessmen get away with it, but he did break the law.
Let me, for the people that saying that I'm wrong, let me just go ahead and break this down to you real simply. Trump can say, I can say my property is worth $700,000 on a commercial market. I can say it's worth $400,000 on a personal market. I couldn't think of what it's called right now. Private market. But that still has to be solidified and approved by an appraiser. Now, the bank is going to have an appraiser and make sure that an appraiser goes out to appraise this building. Now, if that appraiser comes back and says, yes, in fact, I could see how this property could be worth $500,000, Ryan, go ahead and sell it. Okay. The appraiser gave me the authorization, gave the bank the authorization that the property was, in fact, worth X amount of dollars. So in Trump's case, whoever did his appraisal, that's the one who did the wrong. Trump can't say, it's worth this much, give me the money. The bank is going to require that it has an appraiser. The appraiser is the one that's going to have to say, yes, it's worth that money.
Yeah, and of course they stated that the appraiser, when he came to do the appraisal, Trump wouldn't even let him check the whole house out, claiming that Melania Trump was in the room. I got to move it on, DJ Julio. At the end of the day, I agree with you. The case and the charges are going nowhere, but I disagree with you that he did not commit any crimes, and I'll leave it at that. Appreciate you coming through.
Always, buddy.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. Yeah, the cases and the charges against Trump are going nowhere. He's the most powerful man in the world. That stuff will disappear. I mean, at the end of the day, he controls all of the mechanisms in D.C. The Senate, Congress, the Supreme Court, and the presidency. So, yeah, good luck trying to have him held accountable for anything. If he did anything, good luck having him held accountable for it. That's not going to happen. Looking in the comments, bro, he devaluated the property at tax time, which was a crime. Yeah, you don't have to. In my opinion, he certainly committed crimes. But I do believe that if Trump was not running for the nation's highest office, he would have had his lawyer, Michael Cohen, work with, what was the woman in Letitia James, I think, in New York. They would have worked behind the scenes, paid a small fine, and it would have went away. Same thing, Hunter Biden lying on the gun application. The exact same thing would have happened. If his dad wasn't running for president, talking about Hunter Biden, the prosecutor and Hunter Biden's attorney would have made some type of deal behind the scenes. He'd have paid a small fine or something like that, and it would have went away. I mean, there is a cost to running for the nation's highest office. It is what it is. Trump is not unique to what's happening to Trump. Just like with Hillary Clinton, she was the world's biggest criminal when she was running for the nation's highest office. Once she no longer was in the running, Trump didn't care nothing about her anymore. Who cares about what she did? It was no longer an issue anymore. That's how it works. When you're running for that position, people are gunning for you. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 40,000. I appreciate you folks that are tuning in. Certainly smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Latinos voted against Kamala. That is, well, Latino women still voted for Kamala Harris more than they voted for Trump, but the number of Latinos voting for Kamala shrunk, and the number voting for Trump grew. I mean, that really happened across the board, with the exception of maybe the African American community. Other than that, in every other area, the folks voting for for Trump grew, and they shrunk for Kamala. She did way worse than Joe Biden. Way worse. Going back to the box, there was a deal on the table for Hunter agreed by both sides. Yeah, and the right made a big fuss about it. It's a great point. There was a deal, a sweetheart deal, on the table for Hunter Biden. And the right made a big fuss about it. And the judge threw it out, and then they had to go through the rest of it. That would not have happened if President Biden was not in the White House. That sweetheart deal would have went through. That's what I'm talking about. Because you're president, people are gunning for you. Continue on with the program. Red. They said Red Dawn, I think they said. Good evening, Red. Hey, best president in history, or at least the potential to become one. What say you, Red Dawn? We're talking about President Trump.
Yeah, I believe that that's a true statement.
Give me something in your opinion where you can see that he would be able to, or he's likely to accomplish that. I'm talking like 50, 100 years from now, people are still talking about.
Well, I think that the fact that he's looking to make peace throughout the world and stability, I think that that's a huge thing for the last, 70 years? I mean, if you take Korea, Vietnam, and then
you really think that
Gulf War,
you really think that,
we've been at war for many years, my friend.
Yeah, but you really think he's going to get peace and stability throughout the world? Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, he's not going to side with them. So that's still going to be happening. Now, he may annihilate them. He may use Netanyahu to annihilate them, but you're not going to get peace and stability throughout the world. That's probably not going to happen under Trump.
Sure. I mean, what I'm trying to say though is through peace, through strength, style, policies, he will effectively be able to squash some of the biggest conflicts going on right now.
How does he do that when he's promising America first and to get us out of overseas conflicts? The only way you're going to do peace through strength is to get deeper in stuff, to make threats against people, to impose sanctions. You're not getting out of it, you're getting into it.
Right. Let's take the Ukraine, for example. You're asking how is he going to accomplish the peace treaty between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, certainly while promising to get out of overseas conflicts, yeah, how are you going to do that without getting involved? You promise you're going to get out of it. You're not going to send money to the Ukraine. You're going to stop sending money overseas. Why would they listen to you?
So, because they've been getting money from us now for the last 2 years that the war's been going on. So that's a bargaining chip for the negotiation. And then Putin's already put forward.
Wait, what did you say? What is the bargaining chip for negotiation?
So when it comes to Zelensky, to get him to come to the table, all Trump has to do is say, "Hey, we're gonna stop funding this if you don't come to the table.
Okay.
We're gonna stop sending the weapons and all that stuff." Right?
Okay. And what about Putin?
And Putin has already actually expressed the will to come to an agreement on making peace. right? And it fell on deaf ears, basically. So I'm not exactly sure what Donald Trump has in his Batman belt, if you will, of negotiations.
Why would here's what I don't get.
But he will negotiate with them.
Here's what I don't get. Why would you tell Zelensky, if you don't come to the table, we're going to stop assisting you? The Ukrainians were attacked. It's not like they're having fun beating the shit out of the Russians. They're the victims of all of this. So why would you pick them and say, if you don't come to the table, we're going to stop helping you out? They're the victims. I don't understand that.
No, I mean, they were invaded by Russia.
Yeah.
They were also invaded by Russia under Obama's administration. They took the Crimea under Obama's administration.
Right.
So, I mean, you can either do the whole Obama policy, which was just do nothing about it, or you can do what Biden's been doing, which is just send endless amounts of American, weapons and financial assistance. So I just think that the American people they don't want to see this continue with this whole Ukraine thing. It's just very unpopular amongst the people, because I even hear people on the Democrat side of the aisle saying, we're sick of seeing all this money go into foreign nations, right? So,
well, let me interrupt to say this. I agree that it's unpopular to keep helping the Ukraine out, but I'm going to say, in my opinion, it's due to ignorance, because the folks who are saying what you're talking about, why do we keep sending money to the Ukraine? They're usually following that up with, why do we keep sending money to the Ukraine when we could help out other Americans? The reason I'm saying they're ignorant is because they somehow seem to think that once we're no longer helping out the Ukraine, the government is somehow, some way going to help them out in their miserable lives. That ain't going to happen. I don't care if you're homeless. You're not going to. I mean, there was a time when the Ukraine was not receiving a bunch of money from America, and all of those problems still existed. I mean, even when it came to universal health care under Obama, there was no issue at the border. There was no war going on where money. Well, there was a war in Afghanistan and Russia and Iraq, but there was no money going to the Ukraine, and we still didn't want to do a damn thing for Americans. So why do any American is thinking once that money stops going to the Ukraine, they're going to start helping out Americans? I think they're being misled.
Well, yeah, and you're absolutely right about that. I mean, the things they're getting is coming from the defense budget anyway. Yeah. I mean, so I do agree with that. I don't think that the money's going to be diverted all of a sudden to some sort of infrastructure for homeless people. My main point in my original comment of why he will be looked at as, whatever, 100, 200 years from now as a good president or a great president or the best ever, is because he always seeks peace. He doesn't want to go the route of war. He will if he has to. But, look what he did with ISIS. He demolished ISIS in like 2 weeks.
How do you see that, though? How do you see that? When he came to office, he's talking about getting out of NATO, getting out of the Paris Accord, ending NAFTA. He broke the Iran deal. How do you see that as seeking peace? I mean, he pretty much took. Now we had hold on. Yeah. We had somewhat of a deal with Iran when he took office, and he said the deal that Iran made with Obama was bullshit. He got out of the deal and really put zero in its place. He pretty much told Iran, we're not going to do a damn thing for you. You just are not going to develop a nuclear weapon or we'll kill you. How is that how is that seeking peace?
Well, he dried up their funding, Handsome. That's what he did. I mean, he basically made it to where they couldn't fund these proxies, because we know that the Houthis, Hamas, and then also Hezbollah and Lebanon, those are all proxies of Iran, right? So under Trump's leadership, he dried up the money, and without the money, they don't have the ability to be funding these proxies, right? So he basically he froze their assets, and I mean, Iran was on the verge of just total economic despair.
So he got out of the Iran. So what you're saying is he got us out of the Iran deal and essentially just turned Iran into an impoverished nation. That's seeking peace?
Well, although the intended consequence is peace, yeah, you will have a side effect where Iran is broke. But I'm sorry, but I don't feel sorry for the fact that the IC the Iranian government. Sorry, I don't feel bad for them if they're dried up with money. If their money's dried up, I don't feel bad for them because what they do with that money, it's devastating. I mean, look at what's going on with Yemen, with Lebanon. Hezbollah basically is like this unofficial military there. It's basically just a militia for Iran to fight the Israelis. So I think that if you look at Trump's first term, you could definitely say we had a lot less conflicts going on across the globe than we do right now. So my point being is that he tends to achieve peace by projecting power and strength. He's taken a lot more seriously than the current leadership that's still in the White House. And that's a fact.
All right, peace through strength is the Reagan way. We'll see. I mean, you're not the first I've heard suggested. I have a slight pushback because I point to how many folks are dead in Russia because of Biden's assistance. So if they took Biden as a weak leader, it sure backfired like crazy because there's no way in hell. Hold on. There's no way in hell Russia, back in 2022 when they decided to invade the Ukraine, thought that they would still be fighting the Ukrainians 2.5 years later, having to import North Koreans because they're running out of decent soldiers. If Biden's a weak leader and that's the outcome, something don't seem right about that. But what say you?
Well, I mean, if you want to look at the pullout of Afghanistan, for an example, I don't know who told Biden to do this, but we had Bagram Air Force Base, the largest Air Force base that the United States had in that region. And instead of doing the withdrawal from Bagram, they abandoned Bagram. The Taliban took that over, and then we were forced to do this entire withdrawal from Mohammed Karzai International. With just like
it was a bad evacuation. It was a botched evacuation. We lost 13 service personnel. I'm not disagreeing with that, but we're talking about thousands of dead Russians. I mean,
and also Ukrainians though. I mean,
they were going to die anyway. Russia was going to invade them. That was going to happen.
Well, for some reason they waited until Trump was out of office, and all I'm saying, liberal, is that look, if we could either continue down this path where that stalemate, because they're effectively in a stalemate now. It's like it's gone to like trench warfare now with drones dropping little grenades on people. I mean, but it's not good for the Ukrainian people.
But think about that though. No, it's not good for the Ukrainian people, but some might say it's great for the U.S. Think about it. A huge juggernaut like Russia, according to you, due to American intervention, is now at a quote-unquote stalemate with a small country like the Ukraine, just simply because the United States continue backing the Ukraine. Isn't that much better for the United States that does not want Russia to become a main superpower?
Sure, absolutely. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, I think we could all agree with, whether it's, look, the Russian people that are in the military, even Russians in general, they're not bad people. Putin's a shithead, right? But they're being unalived, and then you have the Ukrainians being unalived. I think the whole goal here is just to stop the unaliving and come to peace. However that has to be done, I have confidence that Trump will make it happen. But I think it just needs to be done. This war's not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree with that.
We're weakening Russia. We're showing the world that they're not the fighting force that we thought that they were. Which is good. I agree with you. That's good. But at what cost? At what cost do we continue to do this?
Well, if you're America, no cost at all, just a few bucks. We're weakening Russia significantly by using the Ukrainians as guinea pigs. As bad as that sounds, that's kind of the American way. For America, who has been at odds with Russia, to me, in my opinion, is kind of a huge win. Well, we've been able to significantly weaken Russia, kill thousands of their soldiers at really no significant cost to American lives at all. I mean, that's a huge gain.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you on that point. I'm coming at it from the perspective of I want peace. I'm a peaceful person. I have fought in the military. I think we talked about this last time. I was in the IDF. I know exactly what goes on in the Middle East and how power is projected there. But ultimately, I want peace. Everybody's life is better with peace. War I don't know if you remember The Godfather when Santino took over the family business, well, because the Don had been shot, and Tom Hagen's yelling with him and saying, "Hey, your war's costing us a lot of money, right? We're not bringing any money in.
Right.
War costs a lot of money.
True.
And I know that the funds are already there appropriated, but what it does is it distracts from the things that society could be doing to advance our entire human race."
Yeah, but while war costs a lot of money, what we've been doing by backing Ukraine and weakening Russia is going to make America a fortune, because by weakening Russia as a superpower, I mean, not only do we have a huge amount of weapons contracts out there, we get to sell all of that stuff to a lot of nations that need security. We're going to make a ton of money by sending that money to the Ukraine.
And then when the war ends, I don't know if you know this, BlackRock has a $3 trillion deal to rebuild the Ukraine. So at some point, BlackRock's going in there to rebuild it. That money's already been set aside, and that deal has already been done.
Yeah, and once they do that, and once they do that, guess who's going to likely have bases and assets to the Ukraine? Us. So we can keep tabs on Russia. We're benefiting from this all the way around. I got to move on. I'll give you the last word though, Red Dawn.
Yes. So aside from what I'm going to say that Trump will get these wars under control. And then aside from that, I think the biggest thing, and this is what won him the election, is the economy, right? Yeah. Even Reagan told Walter Mondale, it's the economy, stupid. And he's right. It is. When people are hurting for whatever reason, inflation, gas prices, they look to find a change in leadership. So I believe that Trump will do what he did the last time, and he'll get our, drill, baby, drill. Like he always says, drill, baby, drill. And we'll get that oil flowing again, and people will get cheaper gas. And I just think a lot of stuff will get better for the economy. So I think Trump will go down in history as a great president for the economy. And I think he'll go down in history as a peacemaker, not a war maker, not a puppet for the military-industrial complex.
All right. Appreciate it, Red Dawn.
Yes,
My
sir.
door's always open to you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. God bless.
You too. Thank you. By the way, folks, tap the screen. I haven't been soliciting that, and I haven't had it happen. It's only on TikTok. It should be around 50,000. 50, F-I-D-D-Y. Tap the screen. Get the likes up. Let's try if we make that happen with 50. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for the program, the content. We are MAGA friendly, always have been, always will be. I understand a lot of my liberal viewers don't like this topic. I got a second topic. We're going to continue talking about if Trump could possibly be the best president or among one of the best presidents in history. We will discuss that, but I'm going to go on to the second topic, which I haven't mentioned, but I do want to discuss. And if I can find where I wrote it down, shit. Well, we may have to. There we go. All right, I want to ask also this question. And by the way, I do want to address a couple super chats. In the meantime, there is no peace if you give up your dignity and sovereignty. And I'm assuming Will G, thank you for the super chat. You're probably referring to the Ukrainians. If you give up your dignity and sovereignty, there will be no peace. I don't disagree with that. I do believe that if it depends on how Trump is promising he's going to end the Ukraine Russian war. Now he said he could do it in 24 hours if he was elected. It's obviously way past that. He talked about if he was elected. Now if he gets in office, he'll do it in 24 hours. But he said if he was elected, he would do it. So he's clearly failed on that. But that's not to say he won't do it. But let's see how it ends. Because I do agree with you. There is no dignity if you lose your damn sovereignty, or if Russia comes in. He took Crimea under Obama in 2014. They also took Georgia under George W. in 2008. So they've been eating away at the Ukraine. A lot of supporters of Trump were bragging they didn't do anything under Trump. So let's see how it goes this time. But there's a big difference in getting a treaty or an agreement versus a temporary pause. So far, Trump's first term, he didn't get any treaties or agreements. He got temporary pauses. Kim Jong-un temporarily paused how he was acting. Yeah, but if you don't get a treaty or an agreement and you're only around for 4 years, that ain't shit. I mean, Kim Jong-un is barely 40 years old. He can wait 4 years to act a fool. If you don't get anything in writing, that ain't much. That's nothing much more than a band-aid. And that's what happened his first time around. He went and met with Kim Jong-un, invited him to the White House. And the minute Trump is out of office, the guy goes right back to being a tyrant. Then what Trump did is not an accomplishment. It was just a temporary pause. Infinity, nude Melania Trump was shown the day before yesterday on the most popular channel in Russia. Putin just grabbed Trump by the pussy. Yikes. What the hell with Melania? I'm not aware of that. Why would Melania Trump be on Russian TV? Is that true? I see in the comments, Southeast. What does that say? Southeast Stranger says, what the fuck? I cannot shake this channel. I appreciate it. I don't know if you're a supporter or a detractor, but we welcome both. You don't have to agree with the host on any damn thing. Where's the sun coming in from my damn eyes here? You don't have to agree with the host on anything. You can be critical of anybody on the show, including yours truly. So, doesn't matter if you support or you think I'm full of shit. I appreciate you being here, and the criticism is welcome. That's how we run the program. Going back to the box, and I saw somebody say he wants Trump to look bad. Texas, good afternoon. Everything's bigger in Texas. I'm assuming that means the support for Trump as well. Texas, good afternoon.
What's up, Tim? I mean, you can see Stark County. They flipped for Trump, didn't they?
Yeah, you're talking about a county down on the border that had never, I think 128 years, that county was 90% Hispanic or more, had never went red. It went red this time.
Yeah, sure did. And I saw you were talking to someone earlier and you said, what did Trump do, right, to get that? I don't think Trump did anything. I think Trump let the Democrats do it for him. Because, and I know, like, this is one of the things I love about where I'm at. Okay, we're very diverse. I meet people and work with people from all over. Okay, my brother, he runs a Walmart in Katy, Texas. He has a lot of Venezuelans working for him there. And
not anymore. They're gonna be gone.
No, they're on work visas. If you have a work visa, you're not going anywhere.
Shit, I'm not confident of that at all. But keep going.
Well, I know you got TDD. It's really bad.
Wait. I heard of TDS. Now, what is TDD?
Oh, that's a Trump derangement disorder.
Oh, it ain't a syndrome no more. It's moved up to a disorder.
No, when you're still holding on to it to that level, it's a disorder at this point.
Okay, tell me what. I'll let you continue. I want to hear what you got to say, but before we continue, I need you to tell me what my diagnosis. Why do you see me as having TDD, Trump derangement disorder now? Explain that.
Well, I see from your point where you can really play devil's advocate and you can really push and make arguments for why Trump could be great.
Yeah.
I've been watching the show today. I watch you all the time.
Thank you.
But then your real true feelings, you're hesitant, you're worried. And it's like, that's that disorder. You'll work through it if you're open your eyes and listen and see what happens.
I'll work through it. What am I?
I'm not saying it's not warranted. I'm not saying you're not warranted for feeling the way you're feeling. I'm not going to disenfranchise you like the left.
Then how is it a disorder? If you're admitting that folks may have concerns about Trump, if you're admitting that it's warranted, then why the hell are you calling it Trump derangement disorder?
Because it's the level at what you're at with it still, right? Like you just sit here and said that he's going to take all the Venezuelans out of here. You don't think otherwise.
No, I don't.
He's never said anything to make you think that, though. But the left-wing media has portrayed that he said those things, but he doesn't. If you really listen to what he says, he doesn't say that at all. He knows, he's even said, we need immigrants, right? So he's not going to get rid of the ones that are here. But my point was with the Venezuelans that my brother runs, work for him at that Walmart, they are excited that he is going to push to keep. That's what they tell him all the time. We ran away from those people that are coming here, taking over apartment buildings, doing stuff like that. And the left denied it, ignored it. So what did that do? That pushed them, who knows what they're looking at, knows the evil that they're seeing coming in here that they left their country for, being ignored by one side. They're going to go vote for the people that acknowledge it.
I think you illustrated your point pretty well on my take on the Venezuelans, where you're saying that he's not going to kick them all out. I disagree. I don't believe that's the case, but you could absolutely be right. and I think you give me another one. I need to hear more. What else makes you suggest that I have Trump derangement disorder?
Well, a lot of times I'll hear you just say flat out lies. Like the biggest one, most recently, you said that the other day you were saying before the election that Trump called America a garbage can, and he never did. Right?
Wait a minute. What the hell? He said America is like a garbage can for the world. Okay, what does that mean?
Well, he said they're treating us like a garbage can.
Are you really playing semantics?
That's not calling us a garbage can. That's implying that they're trying to use us as one. And yeah, be upset about that, right? They're emptying, that's what they did. They emptied the prisons in Venezuela and told them, go to America. You can go there. They're not going to stop you.
Unfortunately, because I disagree. I think you got it wrong, but I'm not in my makeshift studio, so I can't Google what he actually said. Because you're saying he didn't say America's a garbage can for the world. He said they're treating us like it. I believe he did say America is like a garbage can for the world, but I'm not able to.
And that's that TDD coming out, right? Because you can't allow it to be anything other than what your media told you it was, instead of listening.
No, I'm basing it on what he said. If he said, hold on, hang on, hold on. I saw him on stage saying it. I've played clips of it on my show. If he actually did say America is like the garbage can of the world, as opposed to what you're saying, treating us like, then I'm correct. If he said treating us like, then you have a point. But I don't believe treating us like is in there. I think he said America is a garbage can for the world. That's what I believe he said.
Yeah, I understand that you believe it. I mean, the far left media does a really good job at doctoring what he says and making it look like he means something else a lot of times. But that's why I say if you watch the actual footage when he's saying it, you'll know that that's not what he's implying at all, right? And that's what I'm trying to let you know. That's what these Venezuelans.
So what does shithole cities mean? Is that complimentary?
Oh, no. I mean, if you want to pivot to another one and say that, that's fine. I mean, I didn't use that as an example.
No, I am. I mean, what's the difference between garbage can and calling a place a shithole?
I mean, if a town is a shithole, I mean, what's wrong with acknowledging it? Isn't that bring it to the forefront where, okay, we got some ground we need to make, right?
He said he referred to several American cities as a shithole during his first term, and he didn't do a damn thing to make them better. So no, you're just throwing out insults. I don't see any benefit from that.
I mean, we know the man throws out insults. My God, am I denying that he throws out insults? No, I'm just saying that my point for your derangement disorder there was that you believe he said one thing when he clearly didn't say that, right? But you'll take the context of the news media over the words coming out of the man's mouth. Right, so I mean that's part of that derangement disorder. That's
okay. I don't. Yeah, that I don't know because I mean you were talking about taking things out of context. I mean he called Kamala Harris a communist. He called Obama a socialist and a Kenyan. I mean,
I didn't use those as ways that he got taken out of context, though. I mean, I'm glad you're bringing fodder to the fire, but that's not what.
No, what I'm saying is it's possible that he may have derangement syndrome himself. I mean, if you're going to call,
he's got an ego problem. I know that.
Different way of wording it. I want to read this one to you, and we'll continue. Alan Quinn, thank you for the super chat. Alan Quinn says, it amazes me that people really think that Putin is going, oh my God, Trump is in office, stop the war. Get the fuck out of here. What's the calling? Well, you got to come on TikTok, but he's saying that Putin is not scared of Trump. People are suggesting that somehow, like my last caller was, that people see Trump as a strong leader and they're going to alter their course of action because of Trump. What say you?
Well, see, I mean, I'm guessing he's saying that as, a slight to Trump is not going to be able to do anything. And that's where I see a lot of hypocrisy from far left people. You want to sit here and say he's scary to have his finger on the nuclear weapons, but then Putin's not afraid of him. I mean, if I'm to believe what the left media is telling me, that he is a wild card, we don't know what he's going to do. I mean, if that's true, then Putin would be fully aware of that as well, right? So I think he would have a reason to fear him. If the media is telling me to fear him, why wouldn't Putin fear him? But I honestly agree with it. I don't think Putin is afraid of him.
I don't think Putin is afraid of him at all.
that doesn't take away that he won't be able to make a deal some way or somehow.
I
mean,
think I think Trump out of all presidents is far more likely to be able to successfully make a deal with Putin.
Yeah.
But I don't agree that Putin is afraid of him. I think they got a friendly relationship. I don't think either one of them is scared of each other. I think they're kind of friendly with each other, which is why you're likely to get the deal. But the idea that everybody's scared of Trump, I don't buy into that. I don't believe that.
No, I don't either. I mean, and look, I don't think Trump's going to be able to get a deal with Putin. I didn't believe it when he said, "I'll get it done in 24 hours." I mean, and he didn't, right? And I think I can make an excuse for him. I know far right MAGA likes to do that. Look, he's trying to be nice and let Biden, enjoy the final couple months of his presidency.
You believe that? Really?
I'm just making something up. I don't know.
I have never heard the term Trump and trying to be nice in the same sentence when a liberal is in concern. I've never heard that before. Trying to be nice, right?
I'll workshop that one a little more and try to come up with a better excuse.
Yeah, that makes it sound like you got context derangement syndrome to think that. That's crazy.
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe most of the excuses that are made for politicians and stuff.
That's fair. That's fair.
To listen to. But no, I mean, your original question, right, was, is he going to be a great president or among the greatest presidents? I think he's going to be known as a pioneering president. I'm not as far right as your previous guest. I don't see him establishing world peace. I go off the adage of, if you seek peace, prepare for war. I'm more along the lines with you. I think that's going to be the star on Biden's administration, is how he's handled Ukraine and Russia and keeping Russia where we want them. And Trump knows that, and that's why he's not going to set a deal right now, or not able to.
Yeah, before I move it on, WR in the comments says, what is Trump going to pioneer? If you had to, I got answers for that, but what do you think Trump would be a pioneer? How?
It's going to be crypto.
Crypto. That's a great one. And you heard what happened with cryptocurrency since he's been in office. I wish I had some money invested in that shit. It went up significantly.
I've seen it, Tim. I made 6 figures since he became president.
Well,
if you need some help, I'll help you. But
leave your boy a galaxy after we get talking. Better yet, make it a motherfucking lion. But what? Show you boys some support. Wow, 6 figures, huh? Damn.
Yeah, I made 15K yesterday. I mean, look. And he's the first president to send crypto. He did that a couple months back. It wasn't mainstream media. I'm a crypto nerd. That's one of the things that drew me to RFK. I told you I always supported RFK. I wanted a pro-crypto president. Look, we're behind the 8 ball as citizens and as a country. When you look at Eastern Europe, BRICS, I know you know what BRICS is. They're already looking to use crypto to get away from the American dollar. So we're not going to be able to do sanctions much longer on these foes we have, like Russia and stuff. They're just going to find ways to deal without it. And we've got to be on the forefront. And that's where Trump's going to leave his legacy, and his mark. And that's a great thing, but that's not a world-changing thing. That's just getting us to at least hopefully the same playing field we're at, and not behind the 8 ball.
That one is well said and actually believable with the crypto. And I had all my notes. I didn't write that one down. Wow, that one is a really good one. I got to move it on, Texas. Did you say something about a galaxy? Anyhow, appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you.
Word galaxy, there you go, brother.
Wow, talk about knocking the door shall be open. I got to rethink my Christianity stance. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, that was quick. I've never seen it happen so fast. All right. By the way, tap the screen. Texas, appreciate that support. Hey, get your boy up to 50,000 on the likes. I did ask for that. I don't know if I can't. This is free, by the way. Tapping the screen doesn't cost you a damn thing. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Show the program some support. I know a lot of folks don't like the idea of asking, could Trump be one of the greatest ever if he leads the country in certain directions. But the second topic I wanted to ask, a lot of folks are saying because Kamala lost by a landslide, depending on who you ask, Trump winning the Electoral College, the popular vote, the Senate, the House, already has the Supreme Court. A lot of folks are saying the Democrats need to rethink their strategy. For my Call of Duty players, we need to rethink our strategy. Now, I will say this. A lot of folks believe, including myself, appreciate the hat and mustache there, Jay Evans. Thank you for your support. With the liberals going too far to the left in the eyes of many folks, whether it's LGBT issues, whether it's letting in too many people at the border, et cetera, do they need to rethink their strategy, and listen to the American voter and kitchen table issues? I'm going to ask that question. That's our second question is, when the Democrats come back out in 2028, or even in the midterms in 2026, should they revamp their strategy? Now, why would I even ask this considering how bad they lost? Because Trump lost in 2020 to Biden by a decent margin. He lost the Electoral College and the popular vote to Biden in 2020, and the Republicans did not do very well in the midterms in 2022, yet they didn't rethink their strategy at all. Same campaign promises, even went with the exact same candidate. Imagine Kamala Harris 2028. You feeling that? So I'm going to ask that question. Should the Democrats rethink their strategy, revamp their strategy, considering the Republicans have been very successful without doing it at all? Literally almost all of the campaign promises that Trump made in 2024 were a mirror of 2016. Now, he got different people to implement them, but most of them are the same policies. The border, the immigration, he's a businessman, the economy is pretty much the same shit. And they've won by quite a large margin. So is it possible maybe the Democrats should take a page out of Trump's playbook? Don't change yourself, just improve. Or should they rethink everything? That's what we're asking. And looking in the comments, because they wouldn't let him do his job the first time around. Democrats blocked everything. I don't disagree with that. I don't know what the rest of that says, but why the hell is that something special? The idea that when Trump came in office the first time, the Democrats wouldn't let him do anything, they didn't give him a chance from day one. Isn't that exactly what Mitch McConnell said to Obama? I'm going to make you a one-term president. You got Trump and other Republicans suggesting he's born in Kenya. They didn't give him a chance from day one. You think Trump gave Biden a chance from day one? He didn't even invite the motherfucker to the White House. Nothing. So Trump becomes president and wow, they didn't give him a chance from day one. I would submit to you that's kind of the American way. Why is it so different for Trump? They should just move aside and let him implement his strategy when it's not happening at all on the other side? Make that make sense. Let me go to the box. Should the Democrats rethink their strategy? That's what we're asking. Continuing on with Night Owl. Good evening, Night Owl. Do you think the Democrats should rethink and try a different way?
Yes.
What should they rethink? What should they try?
Everything.
Damn.
They should stop using the mainstream media to lie to the American people. They need to get out of bed with BlackRock and all these other globalists. They need to stop selling us down the river. They need to stop pushing the LBGT agenda like it's the majority of the country. They need to stop everything, man. They're ripping us off blindly. Everything.
Well, when you started out with the mainstream media, using the mainstream media to lie to people, do you think the right is using the right-wing media to be honest to people?
To be honest with you, man, I know there's bias on either side of the fence, but let's keep it real. The only mainstream media that the Republicans have is basically Fox, and I've tried to stay away from it, all of it. I get it all from, the Rogans, YouTubes, the private guys on like you, right? You guys are doing a great freaking job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All of you. And I appreciate you guys for what you do, because if it wasn't for private media, we wouldn't know shit, to be honest with you. Yeah. The first couple callers you had on, they were really upsetting me because they're so programmed and so blind and so angry and so biased. It's just like, okay, well, America spoke, Trump won. Let's try to keep an open mind.
Hold on, I gotta push back on that. America spoke and Trump won. Where was that sentiment in 2020? America spoke and Biden won.
Because he did it. That election with COVID and all the mail harvesting and you name it. And this election kind of proves it. Like, where did those 15 plus million votes go? This election was far more important, far more pivotal than 2020. You would think we'd have a bigger turnout this time than the last time, but we didn't. We're down 15 million votes. Where are those votes?
Well, first of all, it's pretty clear that the folks who supported Biden and Obama don't favor Kamala Harris to the same level.
What did you? I'm sorry.
I said it's pretty clear that many of the voters that favored Obama, that favored Joe Biden, are not as keen on Kamala Harris.
No, man, because Kamala Harris doesn't have any accomplishments. She doesn't have track records. Like, let's say we had Vivek, right, instead of Trump.
Right.
And let's say we had Tulsi Gabbard instead of Kamala. Like, I might vote for Tulsi over Vivek, even though it's sharp as a razor. But
yeah, but wait, hold on. I'm answering your question though. When you look at how well Obama was loved, when you look at how long Biden was in Washington, it should make sense that Kamala Harris, you ask where are the missing votes, there's nowhere near the support for Kamala Harris. That's why you have all those missing votes.
Well, because you're comparing apples to freaking rotten bananas, bro. Kamala
How
has
so?
no charisma. She can't even answer a freaking question. Like, Obama had me duped. Like, I voted for him the first time, right? And then the second time, I was like, man, this ain't going like I thought it was gonna go. But you don't usually remove a president in the middle of a freaking war.
But you're making my point for me. You're talking about how awful Kamala Harris is, but then you're wondering why she didn't get anywhere near as many votes as Biden. You're kind of illustrating the point. That's where all the missing votes were. A lot of Democrats saw her like you do.
Yeah, but you and me both know there's all the people that didn't go to vote for Kamala would have probably voted for her anyways.
No.
Anything but Trump. You got the feminist movement. Like, seriously.
No.
Like,
I can tell you for a fact. Hold on. I can tell you for a fact. I got family in Chicago that did not want to get in this election because they want those immigrants out of Chicago. And that happened under the Biden-Harris administration. There are people that are on the left that do not want 4 more years of Biden. And when Kamala Harris stated, I wouldn't change anything from Biden, she lost a lot of votes.
She did. And I think I've heard this a million times already. And what I think killed her the most is the way she got slaughtered on Fox. And when she was on the View, she said she wouldn't change a thing.
Right.
She's in denial or blatantly lying about how Joe Biden was running circles around people, this, that, and the other. And frankly, you can't believe a word she says about anything.
But you're making my point for me, Night Owl. You're basically giving a good reason why she got so many less votes. It ain't got necessarily nothing to do with cheating. And I will tell you, in regards to the 2020 election, where you're saying Biden didn't win the election, I don't understand why so many, in fact, virtually the whole Republican Party in power said Trump lost. People that would have served a second term had he won again. The entire damn court system, the Supreme Court didn't even want to touch it. Yet somehow we're going to say that all of them people are wrong and Trump is right. That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. He had half the country on his side.
He didn't have any of the. He had half the country on his side. People that have no assets. Yeah, he had people. He had half the country.
I mean,
you're not hearing me though.
Look what they did in California. Look what they did in California this year.
That ain't what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. When I say he had half the country on his side, I'm talking about he had people on his side that have no access to the voter rolls. They have no inside access to what actually happened. All of the Republican governors that had access, the company that he personally hired to do audits and recount the votes, all of the judges that he had in court, they all said he lost. His own top cop, Attorney General Barr, looked into his claims. He said he lost. So at what point is there any amount of evidence at all that would get you to say, yeah, he lost, or are you just simply in a stance of, I'm going to believe he won no matter what?
All the thousands of testimony, all the thousands of clips of CCTV, all the, come on, now all that, even if not all of it was true, there's something there.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. You mentioned all of the testimony
and all of it and would not use it as evidence.
But hold on, though. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why they didn't use it as evidence. You're talking about all the testimony and all the CCTV footage. They didn't use it as evidence because you don't have any legitimate reason to automatically assume that testimony and CCTV footage benefited the Democrats. This is the same thing with 2,000 Mules. You showing something suspicious and you're automatically assuming it benefits the Democrats. How do you know that footage didn't benefit the Republicans? You can't just assume like that.
You're right. We don't. But at the end of the day, when they kick out everybody, and including all the Republican guys that are supposed to be there as witnesses, when they kick everybody out, close the doors, and pull these suitcases out from under tables, I mean, one could only assume, but we don't know.
Why would
you're right.
Why would you give them access when you got people like Rudolph Giuliani's automatically saying they're passing around USB drives like vials of crack? Why would you give people access when they're clearly making up lies?
That guy probably is the reason why everybody said Trump.
Yeah, and he's a high-ranking Trump official. Yeah. So why would you? So this is what
everything that guy touches is discredited.
Yeah, this is why I have such a. I'm so baffled at how Trump and MAGA supporters view the 2020 election. They take into account everything that looked funky that the Democrats did, but all of that stuff like Rudolph Giuliani, they don't even consider that. I mean, there's a whole large amount of lack of credibility on the Republican side. People, for God's sakes, are pleading guilty to being fake electors. Well, huh?
There is. There is, and I agree, and I'm kind of a down the middle guy. I believe in some social programs. I don't necessarily believe in handouts, but I believe in hand-ups. There's a lot of things about the Republicans I absolutely can't stand. The way, they've got some smart Republicans in office now.
Okay.
And these guys will chew people up with facts and evidence, but even to this day, the Republicans don't have a spine. Nobody goes to jail. Nobody gets held accountable. It's like a dog and pony show. And for years, I would swear, and I've been saying this for years, people like Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi are probably really good friends behind closed doors, high-fiving each other.
Not anymore.
Doing whatever they had with our money. You know what I mean? Not anymore. But yeah. But you can see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's all a big dog and pony show.
I think that there was a lot of, because that's the reason Joe Biden was hired, is that, he was hired he was appointed as Barack Obama's vice president because he had a large amount of friends on both sides of the aisle. But I think after the Trump era, a lot of them long-term personal relationships across the aisle, I think that shit's ended. I don't think, that's why I said Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell, not anymore. I think Trump ended a lot of that because under the Trump era, if you have friends on the other side, you're a rhino.
I think we're going to see a lot of things happening in D.C. And I hope it doesn't get too ugly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's establishment is deep. The pockets of the establishment are extremely deep. The ties are thick. I forget what this guy's name was, but he had a freak out on live news, I don't know, a few years ago, talking about how he's watched the wealth of this country be extracted for years. I've been coming on TV, this, that, and the other. And it was a clip that some guy talking about Civil War was showing how at this point it's inevitable. Because people on the far right, people on the far left, they're not, the conversation's killed. And I think, and I know it, Obama, the divide started happening with Obama. Everybody's blaming Trump.
Well, wait a minute. Trump, of course it started with Obama. Anytime you're the first black person to do any damn thing, I don't care if you're the first black person to play Little League at your school, it's going to be divisive. I mean, there's no way you could have a first black president without division. There's a lot of people that don't want him in there.
I'm really disappointed you played the race card there, dog. It has nothing to do with that.
Really?
It has to do with those
Really?
court cases. The court cases, he left that, which I forget the name of that German, that anti-propaganda law. I think it was put in the 40s or something like that. That pretty much kept our media at least somewhat honest. He lifted that law in 2012, 2013. And then at that point, our media just did what they did.
First black president in U.S. history. You're telling me there was no racism at all in that?
I voted for him. And
that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
Well, the first thing that Romney would have done if he won was send 250,000 more jobs to China.
And they're asking first black president in U.S. history, and suddenly they want to see his birth certificate. Never heard that of any other president in my lifetime.
No. Okay, so maybe you're misunderstanding what
I am misunderstanding you. Yes, I must be.
I did not. It's like it sounded like you said that it was divisive, and the divide started with him because he got voted into office and he was black.
I am saying that had a huge part of it. They're asking the guy for his birth certificate before he even became president. All of a sudden, as a person of color, you run for office, and I'm not just talking about Obama. I'm talking about Nikki Haley. I'm talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. When he ran for president, suddenly his culture started coming up and being used against him. Like I said, Nikki Haley, same thing. Same thing with Kamala Harris. The minute they started running for president, they became less than American. All four of them. Two of them being Republican. All four of them, when they ran for president, all of a sudden they were from somewhere else. You're telling me you didn't see any of that?
I'm truck driving now, and I don't really watch.
You didn't hear anybody. You didn't hear Nimrod going by Nikki Haley's real name.
You know what? I did not pay attention to the first part. I did not pay attention.
Okay, maybe that got something to do with it. Okay, maybe that's got something to do with it.
But regardless, I know, I can see it. I can absolutely see it, but I didn't know that got attacked. I didn't know Nikki got attacked. I didn't know any of that. I remember when Trump especially was talking about I thought it was silly, to be honest with you. Like, I was like, who cares?
All four. I'm going to say this again. And they were on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats. All four of them being a person of color. Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, President Obama, and Kamala Harris. All four of them. The minute they ran for office, people started bringing up that they were from foreign lands. Bringing up Barack Obama's middle name, Nikki Haley's real name. You had Trump on TV saying Vivek Ramaswamy was not MAGA.
Okay. So Vivek was like, he doesn't go up on my YouTube searches. Nikki doesn't really go up on my YouTube searches.
Okay.
I don't really pay attention to them. They're not really in my algorithm. Now, I remember all the shit about Obama's birth certificate, whether he was from wherever he was from, Hawaii or something.
Yeah, like she was, and Kamala was Jamaican and Indian. Every one of them was from somewhere else.
Is Kamala black? Is she Indian? Like, what is it? Like, I don't, honestly, bro, it didn't matter to me. What mattered to me was the lack of substance. But the fact that she got to where she got her foot in the door by slarking on Willie's Willie, basically. She's got no accomplishments, no family. Like, she's got some weird stepkids and a husband that's a woman beater. Like, whatever, dude. Like,
but you don't see no connection in the fact that all four of those people of color, the moment they ran, people started bringing up that they were from other lands and they weren't necessarily all American. You don't see no connection in that at all. They're on both sides of the aisle, and the same thing is happening to them.
I guess. It drives me nuts, dude. It does. It drives me nuts.
Well, if it drives you nuts, imagine what it's doing to the people that's actually being victimized by it. I gotta move it on though, Night Owl. Is this our first time talking?
It is, and I've been watching you for a while, and I've been requesting you for a long time because I've been wanting to come on. I can't. I want to come back on again.
I got you. Appreciate it. Come on back through anytime, man. I do appreciate it. We don't have to agree on shit. The door's always open to you.
Right on, man.
All right, good talk. All right, moving on with the program, and that's how we run the program. It's not about trying to dictate how others should think. It's all about hearing what you have to say. So we are a free speech program. As I say all the time, we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. We've never done that. Liberals are welcome as well on the program. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. That's how free speech works. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section, up to and including the host. It's all about free speech here. Question. What's going to happen with all the student loans and grants paid out after the Department of Education is closed? They'll move them probably, whatever replaces the Department of Education. Just like if you got money, if you ever had a car loan or a home loan and they transfer it to a different bank, all your details go with it and you got to pay them now. That's what likely will happen. Trump and obviously the Republican Party was never a fan of forgiving student loans. So they're not going to let you out of that. I don't think, and it wasn't part of his campaign promise. He was talking about forgiving tips and taxes on overtime and shit like that. Will G, Trump is the unhealthy wish version of Zoolander. I don't watch Zoolander, so I don't know how that translates, but I'm going to say it probably doesn't sound good, considering Will G stated it. Trump is the unhealthy wish version of Zoolander. Now you got me wanting to look that up. I did want to thank someone, a friend of the program. I did see that. I always want to give my, to Sid. Thank you, Sid. Certainly feel free to come on up anytime. Continuing on with the show. Sid says, deep, Tim, Trump never mentioned race during the race against Hillary or Biden. Wow. Great point. Talking about, you're going against Biden. I mean, not Biden. You're going against Obama, and all of a sudden birth certificates and shit comes up. And it was never brought up against Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. Like I said, I know a lot of my beloved MAGA, a lot of my rights supporters or viewers don't necessarily like to hear about the race card, but isn't that kind of coincidental that all of the people of color that ran, even on both sides of the aisle, they're bringing up where the hell they're from and their other countries and shit? I mean, all of a sudden it mattered. Even when Vivek Ramaswamy is almost like a damn Kodak copy of Trump. And even when he was running against Trump, they started bringing up where he was from. Obviously, it happened with Nikki Haley. They started using her real name and shit. If you were watching X, if you were looking at X or Twitter, X that he loved, if you're looking at X or Rumble, some of the right-wing sites, they were trashing the shit out of Nikki Haley. And it was mostly heritage related. A lot of it was heritage related. They're right-wingers, respected right-wingers. But obviously it happened to Obama and Kamala Harris as well. You don't think that, no coincidence to that at all, huh? Only happening to the people of color. We've had 43 presidents before Obama. I never heard one of them being asked to show where they live, their birth certificate and shit. All of a sudden it started happening. And by the way, for a very, very short time, there was a push by Trump suggesting that Kamala Harris was not born in America. I remember because I've been watching Bill O'Reilly for 20-some years. He's a longtime friend of Trump, and he told Trump, that ain't gonna work, don't do that again. But they were starting a birther movement on Kamala Harris when she first came out as a candidate. I'm talking about back in when did she run for president? 2016? They were doing that on her. And they were being told, don't start this shit again. But they were trying to push a birther movement on Kamala Harris. Looking in the comments, Will G says, happy belated Veterans Day to all my fellow vets. Sentiments exactly here as well, by the way. This may be the last meaningful Veterans Day before Trump makes it a mockery. You have 2 to 6 months to save checks before the Veterans Administration is meaningless as well. Now, this came up on a previous show that Trump is going after the Veterans Administration. I'm not a vet. I can't speak on it, but he's not the only vet I've had on the show that has said that. I don't know. I mean, what are we going to have, forced military participation? I mean, because if he starts making it so that people don't feel incentivized to join the military, that could become a problem. Might have to force people to serve. Some countries do that. Some countries do force you to serve. I think in Israel, I think in North Korea, you were forced to serve in the military. You don't have it, it's not optional. Here you had the selective service, you have to register, but other than a draft, you're not forced to serve. There are some countries that force you to serve for a few years. It's not optional. Going back to the box, South Korea and Greece too, huh? Wow, I see some other folks in the comments that said South Korea. I am a vet and I can tell you that's a lie, says Steel Rain Double Z says it's a lie about going after the Veterans Administration. Listen, I don't know. I can't speak on it. I'm kind of on the side to think that he wouldn't do that. I mean, there's a lot of folks on the right that are veterans, and that would not be popular with them. Just like repeal and replace Obamacare was not popular with a whole lot of folks on the right. I got some folks that are diehard MAGA that I talk to on a private basis, and one of them openly states that, Obamacare saved his life because he was able to get care that he might not normally been able to get or afford, had cancer. And he is a diehard Trump supporter. And that's why, once you give people shit that they really need, it's hard to take it away from them. So and he's still, by the way, he's still promising to do that. He's still promising to repeal and replace Obamacare. I think one of the issues with Trump, before I go back to the box, is that unlike last time, if democracy and the republic holds, he only has a max of 4 years. In my opinion, he's not going to be able to do all of that shit in 4 years. He made a lot of promises. I don't think he can do all of that in 4 years. Now, that's not to say J.D. Vance or somebody else, he may not get in there to follow him up, and they could continue his legacy. But if he only is in there for 4 years, he's not going to be able to do all of that stuff in 4 years. You need more. I mean, that's what folks were suggesting why he didn't accomplish the things he failed to do the first time. Drain the swamp, repeal, replace Obamacare, build the wall. Well, he thought he was going to be in there for 8 years. A lot of MAGA already say that he couldn't do it because he should have been in there a second term, or that they didn't give him a chance from day one. Well, they're certainly not going to give him a chance from day one this time, because now you got folks that are even further to the right. Under his first administration, you had folks like not Scaramucci, but Attorney General Barr, and you had folks like Ambassador Bolton, folks that have been working with other previous administrations, worked under Reagan, worked under Bush. Now we got a bunch of loyalists in there. So these folks are likely to be even less familiar to his detractors in Washington. So if you think they didn't give him a chance from day one last time, it's probably going to be worse this time. It's probably going to be worse. Going back to the box, I'm not sure he'll get all this done before he's out of office, but we'll see. He's made a lot of big promises. Yeah, well, drain the swamp, repeal and replace Obamacare, and build a wall. He made a lot of big promises last time and walked out of office saying promises made, promises kept. So I don't know. But continuing on, we'll go to... I can't even bring this up because of the name. Proud Anti, and then I'm gonna add in the fact that there's an underscore just so I can say this without getting banned. Semite, 3 words, proud Anti, and then the other word. What the hell? I always enjoy speaking to someone with a controversial name, but damn, is that you, Timoteo?
That be me, brother. How you doing?
What the hell's up with the name?
Hey, as long as they're gonna behave the way they are and spit on people who are regular people just there in their land and not allowing people to speak their voice. And
you talking about the Jewish people?
Oh man, you gotta look up what they do to the Christians over there, bro. It's ridiculous. And I'm not a Christian either. I just think everyone's equal, you know, and I don't think it's right to think that there's any holier people than others. And so for me, if that's what it means to be them, then I'm proud to be. That's what it means to be me, then, man.
But I thought we were
Well, I'm
pro-Israel.
not. Hold on, I want to talk about something else because it's much more important than that.
Well, wait, hold
How
on.
come you're
You
not
can't
talking?
name
How come
you
you're not
can't
talking about
name
the?
yourself this shit and then say something's more important. But what do you want to talk about?
Why aren't you talking about the websites that they put together so that everybody could go in there and put in their 2 cents?
What
It's called
websites?
Policies for the People. Look it up. It's RFK Jr.'s new websites. He's made 5 of them. And there's one for policy, there's one for health, there's one for other shit. You got to look it up. But everybody should be going on there and looking at those websites because those websites, they're taking people's voices. And if they're good ideas or good thoughts or whatever, they're going to go ahead and put them to use and you're going to be able to be a part of it. And to me, that's a big thing. You've never seen one presidential cabinet ever do that. Ever. So you guys are saying you're talking about these other people who whether or not I agree with those people, it's irrelevant because whoever he chooses. But, you know, the fact of the matter is we do have a voice still.
What
And
qualified
you can still use your
RFK?
voice for positivity by going to the things they're offering.
What qualified RFK to get the power to be over essentially like the FDA or this? I mean, where did he get this? What's on his resume to be giving him this power?
RFK Jr. has been fighting the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry and the farm. He's been fighting for farmers for years, and he's been very successful in it. And when you beat them in court, you become a doctrine of that, believe it or not. So he's actually very, very in tune for these types of things. And he's already put all the water companies of the United States on notice that as of January 6th, when or whatever, excuse me, when they take office, then all the fluoride needs to be out of the water.
So you're gonna give Americans MAGA smiles? All of a sudden your teeth are weak and shit. I mean, why would you take fluoride out of the water? How long has that been in the water?
Why do you think? Let me ask you a question. Why do you think it is that they have to wear white suits when they pour fluoride into the water?
I don't know, but that's concentrated.
Fluoride is that dangerous of a poison.
And yeah, but hold on.
It's terrible for you.
Yeah, but so is wait, hold on. I get that fluoride is. I get that it's terrible for you in large concentrations. Just like you wouldn't take a bite out of chlorine, but you swim in it because it's diluted by water.
Tim, it's a poison. Diluted or not, when you consume enough of it, it's poison. And who knows what kind of impact it's had on the human body all these years.
So based on based on what you're saying, you should take chlorine out of public pools because it is a poison as well.
Well, you swim at your own risk, right? Yeah, of course. Everybody knows chlorine's a poison, right? And your way of thinking of that is the limited use that you're putting yourself into is limited on how much it's going to damage you, right? People would dye their hair, their hair turns green, right? Obviously, it's a poison.
I'm kind of fearful because he's changing things that we've become accustomed to for decades. I don't, and he's not like some kind of medical professional, other than, as you say, he's been fighting against him. That ain't saying, I mean, Cindy Sheehan fought against the Iraq war. That don't make her a general.
Believe me, he's got plenty of scientific backing. Believe me, he's got a huge cabinet with him as well.
I hear more medical professionals. I hear more medical professionals do not give him any accolades or credibility.
Tim, he's a former Democrat, okay? You've got
what does that got to do with it?
Democrat. You've got Trump, a former Democrat. You guys are not seeing things the right way. You're being lied to. You're being blindsided. You just watched an entire landslide. And Tim, I'm begging you for that landslide. Remember how you said you were going to give me your word on it? Just put on that MAGA hat for me. And
I didn't say that.
Best imitation of a Trump dance.
What?
Your best imitation of a Trump dance. That's all I ask for you, please.
I never made that promise. I've
been right a lot. Tell me I haven't.
I don't know. You believe that Trump won. You believe that Trump won the 2020 election. You're not right about that. No. Wait. Hold on. Did you just say I've been right a lot? You know where I'm going to go now that you don't say it that shit. You know what I'm about to say about the fact that you don't believe Biden, Hillary Clinton, or Nancy Pelosi is alive, that you believe it was a tribunal, is that correct? And all of them have lost their lives. You do believe that, right?
You must be talking about some other
Exactly. Exactly. You know, I wasn't gonna go there until you said some shit about you always.
On and do the dance, damn it.
No,
do the dance, all right? Come on.
How can I do
everybody in that chat? You know, everybody in the chat right now wants to see you do.
How can I do the? How can I do a dance when you won't even own up to what you previously said?
I've owned up to it plenty of
I
times.
just asked you right now, by way of yes or no. I'm gonna ask you again: is Hillary Clinton alive?
You go back and
you won't answer. That's not an answer. That's not an answer.
Go back. Look at
That's not an answer.
And tell me if they're the same people.
You're dodging the question. Is she alive?
I showed you before, and you said, "Yeah, you know what? They definitely do look alike."
Is Joe Biden alive?
You tell me.
I gotta move it on. You're not answering any questions.
You can't even answer it yourself.
Because
you know that
I'm asking you. You're answering questions. You're answering questions with questions. I don't mind answering anything you ask me, but you gotta. Hold on, hang on, hold on. I don't mind having a conversation with you. I will answer questions that you ask to my best ability. But you also have to do me that same favor. When I ask you, was Joe Biden alive, and you respond with a question, that means you're not even answering what I'm asking you.
Well, I'm trying to offer you insight from a different angle, actually.
I don't want a different angle. I want an answer to the question I asked you.
So, if I'm okay, now let me give you my reasoning, okay? I'll give you my answer. If you go back to the 2020 election, right?
Right.
And you go back to the inauguration ceremony, and if you look up, first of all, go look up the military definition of an inaugural ceremony. It's very defined to the minute, to the action, to the T. If you look it up, you'll see that Biden did not have that, first of all. Secondly, you'll see that what Biden did have, if you go look it up, is a funeral ceremony for a dignitary.
Biden had a funeral ceremony. What date did this happen?
If you remember, Biden's inauguration happened during COVID. There was nobody there. Okay? Even the news cameras couldn't believe this, how little people were there at the inauguration ceremony, despite COVID being, in full force.
Okay.
Think about it.
So we've seen Biden. In fact, he just gave a Veterans Memorial or Veteran Day speech yesterday. Who was that?
I believe it's Arthur Roberts.
Arthur Roberts.
There's two actors that have been playing Biden publicly.
During the election, the Democratic National Convention, when Kamala Harris and Tim Walz was out there, during that week, Hillary Clinton gave a speech in, what state? Where did they have theirs? Was it in Milwaukee? Chicago. It was in Chicago. Who was that? Hillary Clinton got up there and spoke on behalf of electing Kamala Harris. Who was that?
I mean, did she look like Hillary to you?
Yeah.
Like completely. Like if you go back, think back like 5 to 7 years.
Shit, I don't look like the handsome liberal 5 to 7 damn years ago. I don't look the same.
Okay, so go look at it and just verify. They look the same, because you know what? You also get accustomed to what you see, just like you just said.
So who was it?
Seeing the Tim that I'm used to seeing.
So who was it?
I mean, in my opinion, it wasn't her.
Okay. Is she still alive? I'm gonna ask you that again.
In my opinion, she's not.
Okay. All right. You answered the questions. All right. I don't know. Like I said at the end.
Can you put on the damn hat and do the fucking dance, please?
What the fuck is this? I don't do dances.
I gotta tell Lumberjack and Snuggles that I got you to do the dance.
Tell them you failed. Or better yet, pretend like this is the 2020 election and make some shit up.
See you out of hiding. I'm just glad to see you out of hiding. I know it was like a couple of rough days for you. You took in a good beating on all the different lives you went on to. You got really well
hiding.
And I'm glad to see you're back and you came out of hiding.
I was on from election night. I was on from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. I called the election even before News Nation, which is the first network to call it for Trump. I stated clearly that night that if Kamala Harris had won as many states as Trump had at that time, they would already be calling her the president-elect. I was watching that. I was on live on these platforms.
I was there with you. I remember.
All right, then what the fuck are you talking about? I got to move it on.
And I remember also telling you 2 years ago it's going to be a landslide, just like it was.
All right.
Just like it was.
I don't remember that, but I'll give you credit if you said it.
All of a sudden.
If you said it, I'll give you credit. I got to go. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Good talk. All right, moving on. Continuing. More than 50% of Americans voted for Trump. Watch your words and still reign. That is true. More than 50%. Well, I don't know how many people sat it out. I mean, what was the vote totals again? Because we know people are talking about 20 million less votes for Kamala than last time. So I don't know if it's 50%, more than 50% of Americans. I don't know if that's the case. A lot of folks didn't vote at all. Will G, seeing that Trump likes the Medal of Freedom over the Medal of Honor, General Kelly said he doesn't like the sight of physically disabled veterans. It's definitely possible. And he did say that. I mean, I know, here's one of the things I will say about that. And Will G, you raise a good point. You always hear the liberals, they're not patriotic. You talked about Obama, not wearing a flag lapel pin, or maybe getting off Marine One, the helicopter, and not saluting the soldier when he got off. I gotta say, Trump has gotten a lot of passes on things that might have been considered insulting to the military, starting with, the whole John McCain, my war heroes don't get captured, and, going at the Gold Star families. I mean, Trump has gotten a big pass. I mean, not confusing, but suggesting a Medal of Freedom is better than getting the Medal of Honor because you don't have to be loaded with bullets to get it. And we brought up that Tim Walz claimed he was carrying a long rifle in war when he didn't serve in war. That was all of a sudden all over the right. That Tim Walz lied about, they were saying he had stolen valor. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz saying he carried a rifle in war when he didn't serve in war, but he was in the National Guard for 2 decades. That was hammered on the right. But Trump stating that the Medal of Freedom is better to get than the Medal of Honor because some pretty woman, he was like, you're, a pretty girl like you, and you don't have to be loaded up with bullets to get it. Like, what the hell? A lot of people that get the Medal of Honor are either shot to shit or dead when they get it. And because anybody can get the Medal of Freedom. He gave it to Rush Limbaugh on his dying day. Anybody can get that. Whereas to get the Medal of Honor, you got to be in really bad shape. At the very least, you risked your life to get the Medal of Honor, assuming you still have your life. And he didn't get any pushback from the right, or very little pushback. Tim Walz got far more pushback about that rifle comment than Trump, the guy who would literally be responsible for handing out the Medal of Freedom. I don't know how that worked. I'll look in the comments, though. I'm triangle messenger of God. Daniel, I'm a watcher of God. Warning to all. After Trump, the trumpets will sound. Repent, 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 repent. What the fuck? So, what does that say? Sue Triangle. It says, I'm triangle messenger of God. Daniel, I guess, is his name. This is funny. I'm a watcher of God. Who? God needs you to watch him? I thought he watches over us. So what are you, a hierarchy to God himself? You the Jesus God supervisor? I'm a watcher of God. Warning to all. After Trump, the trumpets, I guess those are the horns, the trumpets will sound, repent. So Trump is the last president to represent humanity? After him, you're going to get the second coming of Christ? Wow. I didn't know we were going to get that deep, and I try to get deep, but shit, no matter how far down I dig, I can see he's down below me. All right, let me go back to the box. God sent Trump to save us. Are you kidding me? Really? You think God would be in favor of the world's richest country saying, our wealth is for us? We're not going to send any more money overseas to poor countries. America's for Americans. We're going to close our doors. You really think that would be something that God would be in favor of doing? I don't know about that one. You think God would be against universal health care and all of that shit? I mean, we got trillionaires in the country damn near now with Elon Musk. Certainly, Elon Musk, and I would say Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Those two people alone, probably just you seen the map of how red it was after Trump won by a landslide versus a little bit of blue. That would probably be the distribution of wealth if you compared Elon Musk's wealth and that of Jeff Bezos to the rest of America. It would be something like that. You think God would favor that? God sent Trump to help us, to save us, huh? The wealthiest country on earth. What are we, riding around in a yacht? Talking about we need more life jackets? Really? All right, let me go back to the box. Trump did have the House and Senate his first 2 years, just like now. Look it up. Yeah, now you got the Supreme Court too. Because remember, Trump wanted to impose the Muslim ban, a total and complete ban on all Muslims entering America. And the Supreme Court shot that down. You can't ban people based on their religion. How confident you feel that the Supreme Court now would shoot it down? How confident do you feel that if Trump tried to impose a ban solely based on your religion, a Muslim ban, the Supreme Court we have in place now, the one that granted him immunity, the one that he picked personally, 30% of, 33.3% of that Supreme Court was picked by him. You feel confident that they would shoot that down now? So it's a different administration, in my opinion. Elon Musk is worth $26.3 billion. By the time I read that, the 0.3 had changed. I mean, he's making money that fucking fast. All right, let me go back to the box. I'll continue on with MAGA Reacts. Good evening. Welcome to the program. MAGA Reacts.
What's up, Tim?
Hey, not much at all. So what do you think? You think Trump has the ability to be the best president or one of the best in history?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely.
I mean, he's already changed our politics for good. Like, they're not going back.
Give me some.
He's already changed our economy for good.
Give me some examples of how he changed our politics for good.
Well, he showed that he basically killed the stranglehold the establishment and the media had over the people. He showed them for their true colors. And especially after this last election, the level of gaslighting they did this last election, they're done. I mean,
what are you talking about? Gaslighting how?
Well, telling us the economy is good when a lot of people are broke, a lot of people are hurting. Like, it's good for people who make over 100K, and those people voted for Harris more. That's the only people she improved with. And but it's not good for anyone making under 100K.
I gotta say, I don't understand how the liberals are getting hammered for gaslighting, as you say, but Trump is not. I mean, in my opinion, everything from I won the 2020 election by a landslide to Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs. Isn't all of that a little bit of gaslighting in there?
No, because he's not telling you shit that you see things with your own eyes, and they tell you it's not what you're seeing with your own eyes. A lot of what he talks about is not stuff you could disprove with your own eyes. Like, they're trying to tell you the economy is good, but you're seeing it with your own eyes that it's not.
We saw with our own eyes virtually everybody that was responsible for tallying up the 2020 election saying Trump lost. We did see that, didn't we?
But it was a pretty close election.
He lost it, though. You can lose a pretty close election.
But if they actually looked into fraud, which you were talking about how Bill Barr looked into it, the election was over November 10. We voted November 6. The election was over November 12, 15. And Bill Barr, December 1st or 5th, said he was going to quit and he's done investigating the election. He barely looked into it for 2 weeks. What about the fact
that Trump hired his own auditors to redo the votes recount the votes in Georgia, Arizona? They came back and said you lost by even greater margin. Does any of that matter?
Because you could recount the votes 1,000,000 times. You have to go into the votes. And
then why hire them? Why hire them then? If you're not if what they say is meaningless, what do you mean it's a start?
It's the only thing you could do. It's like a start. You start by hiring auditors to look at the demographics and see, find you some clues to. It was grasping at straws. He was trying to find some clues to where the cheating came from. But what he had to do was just call the voters. You have to go down the list, call all the voters that voted for the first time, and make sure they actually voted legit. Because you see, this is the thing.
Really?
You're saying they're saying what 50 million people didn't show up for Harris, right? But Harris did the same as Hillary, and she did the same as Obama, and she did the same as everyone other than that one election where Biden jumped up 15 million, and then Trump did the same in 2020 as he did this time. The only difference is the Democrat side seems to have a lot of votes.
Now, when you talk
So
about,
where did they get all the extra votes that one election, but all the other elections they're lower?
well, some people sat out, some people didn't vote. But how do you respond to the fact that you had so many Republicans pleading guilty to trying to cheat?
What do you mean? Like you thought
Fake electors, the fake electors pled guilty to doing it.
That's not the cheating part. Fake electors is like that's a whole different story. What it is say you were looking for fraud, right? If Trump would have found the fraud, he needed electors. Like if he would have found a legit reason for fraud, he needed electors submitted to be able to change the vote. Like after a certain date, if you don't have electors submitted, no matter what.
You do realize? Wait, hold on.
If they found 1,000% proof, you can't change the results if he has no electorate.
You do realize the folks. You do realize the folks who were found guilty of being fake electors went in there with false credentials, claiming they had the right to be electors, don't you?
It wasn't like false. It's very complicated because
it ain't complicated. They lied on. They lied. It's not complicated. They lied and said they had the right to be electors when they did not.
It's one of those things where they don't have procedure of how it's done. There's no like.
They don't have the legal right to do what they were trying to do.
It was a gray area. They didn't have the right, but they also it wasn't legal, but it wasn't illegal. You know what I mean? That's why it's even like controversial till today, because there's no rules. If an election is tight and if you think fraud's going on, here's what you do. There's no rules for.
So what you're saying is anybody could have walked in there and said they were an elector.
No, there's some procedure that had to be followed, which they tried their best to follow. But you got to realize we knew about.
That's not true. What you're saying is not true. There is certification. You cannot just walk in there as a regular person and say there's some procedure. That's not true. They did not qualify for what they were saying they were qualified for.
There wasn't procedure, and Trump tried to make up his own based on something the Democrats tried to do like 60 years earlier. There was no procedure for this situation. Trump was grasping at straws, and he tried to do all this crazy stuff that first time trying it.
He tried to cheat. He tried to cheat.
No, he wasn't trying to cheat. He was trying to buy more time so he could find the fraud.
Yeah,
he truly believed, a lot of us truly believed that there was fraud. Listen, we knew about the electorate. We knew what he was doing from December 15th. It's not like we suddenly found out on January 6th that he was doing it. It was on the news as far back as December 15th.
You do realize every election Trump has been involved in, he's claimed fraud. When he lost to Biden in 2020, right before that election, he was losing in North Carolina, and he was on television saying there was widespread fraud in North Carolina because Biden was leading in North Carolina. Trump ended up winning North Carolina in 2020. He just won over Kamala Harris again, but he won it in 2020. Once he won, he never brought up fraud in North Carolina again. Now, that same pattern has continued because in this election right now that he just won by a landslide, a couple of weeks ago, he was on TV saying that people were cheating. You notice now that he won, he don't seem to care about the fraud anymore?
Well, when it's a landslide, even if there was fraud, it didn't matter.
That does matter.
Like, there's always fraud. It just normally doesn't matter. Like, no matter what, in any election, there's always fraud. Most of the time, the difference between the winner and loser is so much, it doesn't matter. The only time
it matters.
2000.
It matters when you're constantly accusing people of fraud and you're never showing any evidence of it. It does matter. Just like when Dr. Oz was running against Fetterman in Pennsylvania, and Trump was backing Dr. Oz in that Pennsylvania Senate race during the midterms, he was claiming that they were cheating in that. And Dr. Oz came forward and stated, there's nobody cheating in this election. But he was saying it then. When he was losing against Ted Cruz in the Iowa primary back in 2015.
The main difference, like, you guys give him too much credit. The main difference is when it happened in 2020, we saw it with our own eyes. It was like, I think Trump believed that he lost, but a week into thinking he lost, he sees the people telling him that we think you didn't lose.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
A lot of people saw. No, I understand. He always claims fraud.
Right.
All the time he claims fraud. But the difference is, in 2020, it wasn't him claiming frauds. It was the people.
But how do you view
on election night?
But how do you view the fact that he always claims fraud? Does that make him fraudulent? The fact that in every election you run in, you're yelling fraud.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm not even.
What the hell you don't?
Said there was fraud.
When he ran in the Iowa primary back in 2015, he was losing to Ted Cruz in Iowa. He was accusing Ted Cruz of cheating.
Nobody paid attention to that. I didn't pay attention to it. The only time I brought up fraud was because on election night, it looked like there was a lot of fraud with my own eyes. Like, all the shit that happened didn't really come from Trump. You guys give Trump so much credit. It's always Trump, and we're all cult members listening to him no matter what. It's not true. This is all shit that we see with our own eyes, including how the election is, including all the shit, the gaslighting, the shit we see with our own eyes, and he's just repeating what we see.
But have you ever heard? All the credit. But have you ever heard of the phrase "the boy who cried wolf"?
Yeah, but it's the people crying wolf, not the boy.
Yeah, but the people ain't cried wolf in all of those elections. He did.
Yeah, all the other ones, but 2020...
But why are those other ones out there? Why is there all these other elections?
I guess he's crying wolf. I mean, listen, there's always fraud. I don't know why he does it. I'm just saying it doesn't matter.
But let me ask you this question. If he's constantly crying fraud...
I'm getting a red flag. I think we gotta stop talking.
All right, okay. All right, I seen it too. All right, we'll do it next time. We'll do it again. All right, moving on. He did get a strike. I don't know if somebody's reporting him, but anytime we talk about the election, I see in the comments, see real-time U.S. election results from the Associated Press. I really hate this whole AI thing because now it does not require a human being to, listen in and make sure people ain't saying something crazy or making threats. Now they can type in some words in a computer, and while we're having a conversation among each other, which I consider to be a civilized conversation, we don't have to agree on every damn thing. That's politics. People are passionate about their opinions, which is why I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. I don't have all the damn answers. I learn a lot from you, and hopefully you learn a little bit from me. But the fact that AI can now just listen to our conversations via computer, and certain words can be flagged, and all of a sudden people are getting violated and shit. I really hate that. I mean, this is where we're going with this. I don't see a good outcome for it, but that's likely what happened with my last caller. They sent out, he didn't have to drop, but he was starting to get flagged. So anytime you talk about Trump claiming he won the 2020 election, it does happen. It is what it is, but that does happen. Looking in the comments, though, Chris Toy Baller says, best host ever. Wow. I'll take that accolade with a grain of pride. Thank you. I don't know, but I appreciate it. I'll leave it at that. I do want to respond to a couple of super chats. Will G says, Trump is all about a dog and pony show. When you really get past all the glimmer, it's all paper mache. All the people that voted for Trump will realize the hard way he ain't got shit. Is that that he ain't shit? I don't agree with that. There are people that I think there's certain groups. I think that if you're an alpha male, for instance, you're better off voting for Trump. I mean, it depends on what your principles are. I don't think that all the people that voted for Trump will realize the hard way that he ain't shit. I don't totally agree with that because I do believe Trump is riding hard for certain groups of people. Now, there are other groups that may have voted for Trump that may come to realize he ain't shit. I get it, but not all. And Will says Trump will be lucky to even stay at 50%. I still believe he will lose the popular vote only because of voter disenfranchisement. I know what he's talking about. And bomb threats. Will he win the popular vote and gloat about it? They say he won the popular vote. I tend to believe he won the popular vote, but I will say, even if you're right, Will, it's kind of irrelevant. Even if he only wins the electoral college, at the end of the day, a win is a win. I mean, the rules are that you have to win the electoral college. He did that. That's indisputable. If he doesn't win the popular vote, I agree with you. He's going to lie and say he did anyway, but it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, just like the 2020 election, Trump's going to go to his dying bed saying he won the 2020 election. You heard my last caller. I strongly believe when it comes to MAGA, there is no proof that could show that Trump lost in 2020. Trump said he won, and that's all that's really necessary. Doesn't matter what comes out. Doesn't matter who, in terms of government officials, in terms of people that have access to ballots and can count, doesn't matter who come forward and say Trump lost. It's not going to change their mind. I think that some folks, the moment Trump said they're still in this, told them this is happening and was able to demonstrate it looked like what he's saying is true or whatever. That was it. There was no turning back. I don't think there's anyone in existence that could show you anything in existence that they would believe indicates that Trump lost. Even if you could count every vote in America, well, somebody took some of them. The deep state got to it. Somebody changed. So I don't think there's anything you could show. Looking at the comments, 81 million votes out of nowhere. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, that's all the proof I need that Trump won in 2020. 81 million votes out of nowhere. And here's something I find odd. There's no way in hell Biden could get more votes than Obama. But they agree that Trump could do it. As well liked as Obama is, how the hell am I supposed to believe that Biden could get more votes than Obama? Trump got more votes than Obama too, and that's totally acceptable. Continuing on with the program, the red and blue both want to know why Biden got 15 million more votes than anyone in history. I'm going to start out by saying the anti-Trump vote was worth something. Now, all of a sudden, Kamala Harris was not viewed very popular, and the anti-Trump vote was not as strong. That's my opinion on it. This is what I have to say on this whole election thing. I say this all the time. Suspicion does not equate to Trump won by a landslide. I've watched Dinesh D'Souza's 2,000 Mules a half dozen times. He shows all kinds of suspicious shit. Ballot boxes being stuffed. Using cell phone data to show people are constantly coming back to the same suspicious activity does not equate to Republican victory. You can show all sorts of suspicious shit. Let's say Rudolph Giuliani, they're passing around USB drives like vials of crack. Okay, that looks suspicious. That don't equate to an automatic guarantee that they're cheating on behalf of Democrats. I think the problem is a lot of folks that favor Trump have the mindset that Republicans are honest, Democrats cheat. Keep in mind, every method, whether it's Pennsylvania changing the way they voted, claiming it was COVID, every method that was different in the 2020 election could have been used to cheat by the Republican Party. But the Republicans tend to believe they're all honest. Only Democrats do. No voter ID, for instance. You think some Republicans couldn't show up without an ID and vote? Well, no, they don't do that. They don't cheat like that. Only Democrats do it. That is why I strongly believe that Trump did so poorly in court. 60 court cases, he lost them all. Because you can't go into court with a bunch of assumptions. I don't care how suspicious something looks. The courts rule on evidence. The courts require proof. You can't go in there with all of this suspicion. Somebody broke in my house. I saw you walking down the street at 2 a.m. Nobody else was out there. You did it. No court is going to rule on that. That's what he tried to use, is a bunch of things that are suspicious looking and indicate he won based on that. That's not, the courts don't rule like that. So that's why I don't believe he'll ever be able to prove his case from 2020. Going back to the box, Stick the Ruler, one of my subscribers. I see you in there, Jeremy. Stick, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
You know how I always say, like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting, just hanging around. So what do you think? Trump having a chance to be the best president in history.
what I think is every time I hear MAGA say anything positive about Trump, God bless America and no one else.
What is that from? America Fuck Year? Where is that from?
Nah, that's from that Chris Rock movie, when he was trying to be the first black president.
Okay, all right. I'm about to say Pootie Tang. I know the movie you're talking about. God bless America and no place. So you see us as a bunch of selfish Americans.
Well, I mean, I've said it before. We all strive to be like Barack Obama, but in actuality, we are all Donald Trump.
Wow.
And the votes that came in showed that.
We all strive to be like Barack Obama, but in reality, we're more like Donald Trump. That's deep.
No. We are Donald Trump. Ain't no world like. We are Donald Trump.
Elaborate.
It's a lot of people that get on TikTok that are ignorant to politics. They don't know who does what. They believe that Trump gave them their stimulus. So that's idiotic, and that's Trump. Stupidity brings chaos. It's obvious. Like, ever since this man stepped on the scene with, I think, or this is what's going on because he's a billionaire. It's like the rural person, the conservative, has been tricked by the city slicker. They now get their salsa from New York City.
Like the Pace McCartney commercial. Well, and you're right about that, that most of is rural America voting from a guy that's from Manhattan. That's an interesting point. That is an interesting point.
Yeah. And again, it's the South and it's middle America, out there, Boise, out there, Idaho, Minnesota, Wisconsin. These are the states that in actuality, those ones that didn't have a lot of electoral votes, but it was a lot of them.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of Caucasians out there, and they don't see a lot of Kamala Harris's out there. So at the end of the day, they're gonna vote to who they are kin with in the sense of skin color.
You're saying that race. So you're saying that race played a huge part. Before you answer that, folks, I do want to ask that you tap the screen on TikTok. Haven't asked you to do that in a while. See if you can get us up to about 70,000. That might be a bit much to ask, but tap the screen, get the likes up. Same on YouTube. Smash that like button on YouTube. Get us up to about 100. 100 HUNNIT. And as always, we don't block, ban, or censor. I would ask if you enjoy civilized dialogue in this manner from all sides of the aisle. Follow the program on TikTok, YouTube, horizontal or vertical. Feel free to drop a subscription. So you believe that a lot of rural America went against Kamala, not necessarily because of her policies or her connection to Biden, but race?
Yeah, I mean, I really do. And I really feel like the conservative has been tricked by this man who don't believe in nothing that they believe in, including God. He's already told you he's not a Christian.
He did say that.
I don't know why you still trying to compare him to Jesus Almighty himself.
I get that a lot. You raise a good point. You raise a good point that Trump is on video saying that he never asked God for forgiveness in his life a few years back. He recently said he's not a Christian. But you are correct. So many Christians say that God sent Trump to help us and save us. I heard somebody in the program today, when I went to a Trump rally, I had a guy look me right in the eye and say that Trump was appointed by God. Why is that? That a non-Christian was sent by God?
Because they gotta have somebody that looks like them. Me personally, what it's starting to look like to me is when they had your boy give his depiction of Christ and end up being his son, not even Christ himself, because they had no deities like that back then. So the deities they did have was melanated, and Putin, he was going around parading it, showing you a black Mary and a black Jesus. So they're right now recreating. They're not telling the same story they used to tell. They didn't mind used to tell you that black folks back in the day used to get whipped and beat during slavery. They didn't mind telling you that.
Yeah.
Now they don't even want you to know nothing about it.
Yeah, I'm hearing rumors.
History.
Speaking of you saying they don't want you to know anything about history, I'm hearing rumors. I'm going to say it's rumors. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I'm hearing rumors that they're talking about if you teach black history accurately in schools, they're going to deplete federal funding for your schools. Did you hear anything like that?
Well, I mean, to be honest, you still it may be true. It may be true. I don't know for sure. It may be true. But what I do know is he's already trying to get rid of the education. He's trying to get rid of
Department of Education.
Department of Education, and that's, I mean, you don't have to worry about the AP classes and African American study classes. You don't have to worry about that because he's not teaching any damn thing.
So shit, what is black history gonna become? Old wives' tales? The only way you gonna know is by singing hymns and shit again?
Well, the same way we used to do it, and I kind of like it this way. That way, the story doesn't get construed, even though it's gonna get construed.
Well, yeah,
get construed in the wrong way.
It's going to definitely be construed. Yeah, they're going to definitely. I mean, they're going to say what you pass it on is not true. Just like the Civil War was not about slavery, or the parties never switched. I mean, that's already been done. You know, the Irish slaves had it worse than the black slaves. I had a guy on the line with me the other day, Lumberjack. Some of you folks know who he is, the black MAGA I talk to all the time. He said the African slave trade is a lie. You know, like, where's the manifesto? That he was denouncing that the African slave trade even took place. So people come up with some wild things, man.
Well, the thing of it is, we still have something called Black History Month, right?
Right. Well, so, right now. Yeah, right now,
right? So my thing is this. Whatever books you can get a hold of, I'm in Florida. They've already started banning books and different stuff like that. We know that they banned books already in Germany during, Schnatzny, Germany.
You don't see
books as well.
Yeah, but you don't see parallels to Trump in the Third Reich, do you?
Oh man, I ain't even gonna get into that, Handsome. I'm just gonna tell you, every time they speak, I hear "God bless America" and no one else. Can't talk about Puerto Rico. You can't talk about Afghanistan. You can't talk about who's the Ukraine. You can't talk about North Korea. You can't talk about none of these other places that are way worse than we've ever had it. But again, it's still down with them, even though we're doing way better.
Yeah.
It's down with them and no one else.
Wow.
God bless America, no one else. Like, we don't, like, this is what it's become now. Trump has told you, I don't want to help the Ukraine.
Yeah.
I don't want to continue giving my money, even probably to Israel. But now, as we know, that's just talk. Because the right is saying they don't really want to give Israel money. Really, to be honest, it's Democrats saying we should be giving Israel money. Yeah. But again, nobody's really listening to that. So a lot of times when people say, oh, he said this, y'all just wasn't listening. Yeah, he said it. But you have the double down of y'all gonna always protect Israel. So which one is it? Y'all don't want to keep giving them money, or y'all gonna keep protecting?
I think they're going to keep protecting them. We need access to the Middle East, and Israel is the only country we can be guaranteed to get it from. We're going to ride with Israel even under the Trump administration. He may not like it, but I think that there's enough. First of all, we're going to make, if you get rid of Israel and stop assisting Israel, you're talking about the price of gas going up. Shit. I mean, if we lose access to the Middle East, that's going to make a big difference. So I don't think that we're going to stop supporting Israel under Trump. In fact, he's the one that moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So Trump's been it's a far-right government in Netanyahu. We're going to love the hell out of Israel.
So which one is it? Are you going to bring down you're going to stop giving all these countries that don't do nothing for us and don't bring us any income back? Or are you going to keep on supporting them? Which one are you going to do?
Well, Israel pays for their weapons. They're not the Ukraine. We're getting money for what we sell Israel. We're profiting off of that.
No. I'm not talking about us selling them weapons. I'm talking about the whole endangerment. It's like this. I see it like this. That's not our problem. Even though we put them in place, it's other countries too that can help with that assistance. We don't have to be big brother all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm one of those Democrats that believe just as well as he believes, and I'm talking about Trump, big brother, little brother, it's time for you to fly.
Well,
it's time for you to learn how to fly.
But we're not going to, I don't think we're going to
go out there, and I wish Biden would have did it, but if you go out there and you mess with them people and they retaliate on your little ass, that's your goddamn problem, because you mess with them people. You done did what you did, pull it back in. You can't do it. I can't keep protecting
Israel. Yeah, without American intervention, Israel would cease to exist. I got to move it on, though, Stick. Appreciate you coming in.
I understand. Yes, sir. Have a good one.
You too. Moving on with the program, by the way, we're asking that. Also, we were asking the question of, should the Democrats, going forward, midterms 2026, national election 2028, should they rethink their strategy? Because they lost by so damn much, electoral college and the popular vote. Should they rethink their strategy going forward? So, consider how much they lost by. People say, why the hell would you even ask that? It should be obvious. No, it's not. And I'll tell you why. Trump lost the 2020 election. I know a lot of my MAGA folks don't believe that, but Trump lost the 2020 election by several million votes. Also lost the midterms. The red wave, remember in 2022, that didn't happen. Yet, the Republican Party did not change their strategy at all. The same campaign promises you're getting from Trump in 2024, you got those in 2015 and 2016. They didn't even change the candidate. They picked him again after losing. And he won by a lot. So should the Democrats rethink their strategy after seeing the Republicans not rethink theirs? They just pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and came back stronger than they did the last time. So should the Democrats do it? Real quick in the comments, Latino migrants will get replaced by Eastern European migrants at some point. Only then is when Trump will say we are a nation of immigrants and to bring the poor and downtrodden like the early 1900s. Well, let me just say this right off the bat. The Hispanics, as you say, Latin migrants, the Hispanics in this country represent, I don't know what's the percentage, but they're more than twice as many Hispanics than there are blacks. Whites are still the largest group, but replacing the Latin migrants with Eastern European migrants, it's going to take more time to do that than Trump has left on earth, in my opinion. It's just a lot easier to. Now, he could shut the border down, but is it guaranteed to have all of the subsequent administrations after him agree to do that as well? Because replacing Latino migrants, Latin migrants with European ones, you're not going to get the same cheap labor you're getting out of the Latin ones. And a lot of big business lobbies and supports Trump. Hobby Lobby, for instance, poured a ton of money into Trump's campaign. Chick-fil-A, a ton of money into Trump's campaign. Walmart, I think Walmart or Target, whatever the case may be, a lot of Hispanics work for those companies. You want to replace my employees with European immigrants? They're not going to work for cheap like this. I did donate $10 million last time. Seems like you would have wanted to repay the favor as opposed to destroying my labor force. I don't think that's going to happen. I think I think there's so many folks that support Trump that would be against that. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, all of them folks, like, oh, hell no. You want to replace my workforce with people who are going to demand a decent salary? Might be tough on that one, in my opinion. Might be tough. Mina Hiron, I know I'm butchering your last. Haroon, thank you, Mina, for the super chat. God moved Trump's head 1 inch to dodge a bullet. He listens to people via social media, rallies, meet and greet. Harris only listens to experts and pollsters. I can't disagree and I can't agree. For the simple fact is, the data sample is not strong enough. Kamala Harris was only running for office for 107 days. I don't know what the hell she listened to as vice president because they don't have any power to do shit. So when you say that Trump listens and Kamala Harris did not, it's hard to agree or disagree because one guy has been a politician for almost a decade and the other person has only got 107 days out there. So it's real. I can't agree or disagree on that. I don't know what Kamala Harris, if she had been in the political spotlight as a executive leader. Now, vice president, that is not. I don't know what she did as senator in California. That might be a different argument. But as VP, no matter what the people tell you, you don't have a lot of power to do any of that shit. Trump did, which is also why I don't believe Kamala Harris really had a good chance, if you ask me. I mean, you're running against a juggernaut. This dude has been a national, if not global celebrity his entire adult life. But even if you take all of that out of the picture, just the time he's been a politician coming down the escalator in 2015, he's been a politician for like 10 years. Nobody knows who the hell you are outside of maybe California. You got to run against this guy with only 107 days. This dude has a 10-year head start on you. That's a hell of an uphill battle. So folks go, well, she didn't have any policies. Her whole campaign was Trump is bad. Well, there's far more material if you run a campaign on Trump being bad than if you run one on Kamala being good. There's just nothing there. You kind of have to run on defacing your opponent. There's far more data there to attack than things about Kamala to point out is good. And then, of course, her interviews went south and horrible as well, suggesting she wouldn't do a damn thing different than Biden. That's probably the worst question she could have ever answered. So, to me, it's kind of almost impossible for somebody to run a successful campaign in 107 days, running from a standpoint of really being unknown by most people, against somebody that was known by so many people. Maybe if she ran against one of the other, let's say she ran against Vivek Ramaswamy or somebody like that, who was not as well known, she might have still lost, but I think she would have had, now they both got to prove and show who they are. But everybody knew who Trump was years ago. You got to catch up with that in 107 days. Wasn't that what Tim Walz said? It's only 100 days. We can do it we can sleep when we die. Or so. He was admitting we don't have a lot of time. When he introduced himself to the country, it's only 100 days. We can sleep when we die. He was basically saying we don't have a lot of time to do this shit. And they didn't succeed. Going back to the box. Tap the screen. What the hell is it loading? Associated Press. Let me, they don't brought up information about the election on my damn page. Let me go back to the box. Why that happened, I do not know. Jeremy, one of my subscribers, I always get a subscriber's first digs. Jeremy's MAGA. Good evening, Jeremy.
I bet you missed me, huh?
I miss you. I miss you like that damn round Miss Trump. But anyway, next time I'll try not to miss you as much. I'll lean my head an inch to the left. So, what do you think, though? What do you think, though? Best president ever. Do you think he can pull it off? Maybe you think he has the right mechanisms in place to potentially become one of the best presidents ever?
I think so. I really do. I really think he could be, and here's why. Number one, when he look at what he did compared to a lot of other presidents, he actually fulfilled a lot more of his action.
You got to give me some examples. Like what? Like what?
He kept more of his campaign promises, or at least made real attempts at them.
Wait. You said he kept more of his campaign promises than many other presidents, or at least made attempts. First of all, let me make it clear: I don't give out participation trophies, so I need to know what did he successfully accomplish the first go around. I need to hear those. I don't want to hear about attempts.
Well, look at how much of the border wall that he built, despite not being able to get enough money for the entire thing, and have been caught up in court. With a lot of the border wall.
Give me something better than that. To me, half of a border wall, I mean, that's like putting up half of a prison wall and coming back the next day and wondering why ain't no prisoners there. I don't know what kind of accomplishment. Give me another one.
And well, look at like how much cheaper everything was back under his presidency. His budgets were a lot better too. And people were richer. Everyone and was just doing better financially by a lot. And compared to what they were under all the other circumstances, And another good reason why I think he can be the best ever is because in his first time in power, you see, one of the good things about being outside of power or being outside the power apparatus is that you have the ability to not be as poisoned by it. But here's the problem: if you don't have a guide that you can really trust, you don't really know how to navigate that area. It's like new territory for you. So, he had war hawks in there like John Bolton and in his cabinet.
Whoa. He brought him in, though. The guy who was going to drain the swamp brought a war hawk into his cabinet.
Yeah, I know, because he was inexperienced. He was inexperienced of politics. He had not really understood who is who and who to trust and who to not before. Remember, he is one of the few presidents out there, other than a few rare others, who had never been a governor, a senator, or any other kind of politician beforehand.
Right.
His first political office was president. That's kind of
That's
like
a big accomplishment.
Yeah,
that's a big
first athletic event was in the NFL.
Yeah, as Joe Biden once said, that's a big fucking deal. You're right. To literally start off on top, that's a big fucking deal. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. But now he's had some time to reflect. He's been out of office for 4 years. I think that was probably really good for him. And now he has a cabinet full of people, or at least he's assembling. It looks like he's going to be assembling a cabinet full of people who actually know what the hell they're doing. I love what he's doing with like who's going to make the new border czar. That Haman guy or whatever, however you pronounce his last name.
Yeah, Homan. Yeah.
Yeah, Homan.
Here's what I don't like about you. You brought up he wasn't experienced, so his first time he appointed some people like Bolton and things like that weren't in his best interest. My point is this: that shows to me, in my opinion, why you should never elect a non-politician. If he had been, let's say, where he's at now, where you believe he is really good for the country, and he had 8 years to run, imagine what he could do for the country. But because you're admitting he was totally ignorant the first 4 years, he didn't accomplish much. If we had elected somebody who knew how politics works, all of those mistakes you're kind of giving him a pass for wouldn't be made. I mean, and that is accurate. What you're saying about him, he didn't know a lot, and it really cost him. I mean, he doesn't know how the game works.
I know. But again, and we kind of needed somebody to kind of be the bull in the china shop. We needed somebody to move things around. We needed somebody who wasn't corrupted by it yet. And unfortunately, here's the problem.
What did he move around? He left and Biden came in and shit was back to normal. What did he do that was so different?
I can't think of anything off the cuff right now, but I was going to make the point of is that there are very few politicians that don't become consumed by the very politics that they try to change. But I think that people like J.D. Vance and Rand Paul are probably some of the few that actually have managed to stick to who they are before going in.
I don't disagree with that. Certainly, I don't know about J.D. Vance, but certainly Rand Paul, I definitely agree with. I mean, he's been on the other side of Trump and everything. I will agree that guy sticks to his convictions, but I don't know about J.D. Vance. I need to see more of him. I know he got some really bad quotes out there that kind of is a concern for independents and folks on the left. I mean, he sounds like the whole Project 2025 that Trump claims he has nothing to do with. This guy sounds like he would orchestrate that like an ensemble. He sounds like that's what he stands for.
Yeah, I didn't like his comment about saying that you should have to have children in order to vote. Like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Regardless of Vance and his beliefs, I at least think he's got convictions.
But that might be the problem. Somebody mentioned earlier that Trump listens to the people and Kamala Harris doesn't. I think that might be one benefit of Trump is that even though he's only doing it for MAGA, but Trump is a populist. He doesn't vote on his own. He doesn't rule on his principles. He governs based on what he thinks his side favors. J.D. Vance might be someone who comes in with principles, and he's going to do those no matter what people think. I think in Trump's case, if MAGA says, they don't like something or they don't favor it, and he realizes it's not popular, he'll change his tune. Like, for instance, after the Mandalay Bay shooting, he was talking about to get rid of crazies that have guns. Sometimes you got to take away the guns first and then due process, or getting rid of bump stocks. NRA got to him, and suddenly he completely changed his tune. So he's following the heartbeat of the Republican Party, kind of listening to what's going on and trying to make them happy. I don't see J.D. Vance being like that. He stands for a far-right, pro-Christian America.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it wouldn't be so much of a problem if you had a larger variety of people who also stood on their principles throughout politics, who had different ideas. Because then it could be like, okay, every single person here believes exactly what they believe and what they say they believe. I just have to choose the one that suits the country best.
Yeah.
And that would be kind of the good thing. The problem is that most politicians, as we can probably already guess, are slime balls. Most of them don't have a single convicted bone in their body. Like, they don't have a single. They have a spine made of linguine. You know what I mean?
I think Trump definitely has a spine, but I don't see. My issue with Trump is not necessarily that he doesn't have a spine. My issue is that I don't see him as always being honest. I think that, because all of a sudden when he came along, he was not supposed to be a typical politician, but then when he started getting caught in lies, well, they kind of all do it. And that wasn't supposed to be what he was brought along to do. He was supposed to be different. But anytime he gets caught doing something, well, they kind of all do it. That's where I started, where you started losing me, is everybody started changing their tune to overlook what he was doing.
Yeah, I see. I don't see him as always being 100% honest, but I think he's probably the best of the dishonest people. Like, he's kind of like that. He's kind of like that.
The best of the. That sounds like I'm the least racist person. The best of the dishonest people. Keep going though.
I think that Trump is very Machiavellian. In a lot of his approach, he's more about getting the results, but I think his heart is in the right place. He's kind of like that. Have you ever played any PlayStation games?
Yeah.
Have you ever played Uncharted?
No, I haven't played that one.
Okay. He's kind of gives me a very Victor Sullivan kind of vibe, and the whole point of Uncharted is it's kind of like Indiana Jones in a lot of ways. I don't have time to explain it. Just as Victor Sullivan is a character that is like your best friend that's always got your back, but he's also kind of a thief. You know what I mean? Who on a treasure hunt or whatever. But
that ain't a good. You ain't putting him in a good light with that.
And the point I'm trying to make is that he's always trying, I think, to make America a better place. But I think that sometimes he's more concerned about how do I get from A to B rather than how do I get there with principles.
Wow.
And I know. And here's the thing.
I like that. I actually agree with that too. Just like with he wants to secure the border and get out some of these illegals. How do I get from A, where we at under Biden, to B, where I want to be with all these folks out? But he's not necessarily going to get there on principles. It might be a Muslim ban. It might be things that are unconstitutional. Maybe put dangerous animals in the Rio Grande to bite and kill. Yeah, I agree with that. I actually think that's a great explanation of it.
Yeah. But I think when he says, here's my goal, I'm telling you, handsome rebel, you're gonna love it, Tim. It's gonna be amazing. I promise. Okay, I'm an honest guy, except when I'm not. And
he's a charmer.
I think he'll get it.
He's a charmer.
He's honest about what his goals are.
Yeah.
He wants America to be safer, and he wants people who are illegally in the country to not be here. And you can say what you want about but there's only so much crime committed by illegals. Yeah, but it's a problem that doesn't have to exist. If we had
I don't disagree with that. I mean, but at the end of the day, I think it's one of those ones that's being blown up and exaggerated. I mean, I do agree. I do believe that the illegal immigration population commits far less crimes than the average American citizen because they are trying to stay under the radar. But if you listen to Trump, I had somebody on the program the other day tell me they believe that 40% of illegal immigrants commit violent crimes like rape, murder. 40% of them are doing that. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean,
I'd say it's probably more like 15.
I don't even think it's that. I mean, the jails should be filled with illegal immigrants waiting for
Yeah, but
transport.
the problem is some of them can get away with it because they don't have paperwork. So it's
Rape
harder.
and murder?
Yeah. Well, look at what happened to Lake and Riley. And again, 100% of it wouldn't be happening if we had a stronger border. You want to know why we don't have a strong border with Canada?
It's not as much.
Canada has the ability to punish their citizens and keep them in line. Mexico's government is corrupt. Mexico's government is in shambles. Mexico's government can't control the crime there and incentivizes the worst type of people to use that as an escape route. So America is the place where they want all to make all the money, and then they go back to Mexico when they're in heat, when they're under the heat, and they can't, and they don't want to get in trouble.
Any possibility that because the the Canadian border tends to have white immigrants coming across, do you think that might have anything to do with it at all?
Nah, not at all. I don't believe that. And again, and it's not just illegal immigration that I want to go away completely. I also want to limit, not go put it away, but limit legal immigration. You've heard me say this before.
And I've said the same shit, and I had so many MAGA tell me I'm lying, called it misinformation. I said exactly what you said, that if Trump gets elected, they're going to also make it harder to come here legally. Misinformation, you're lying. You just admitted that you want that. And I think a lot of MAGA wants that. That is an actual fact, that if Trump, that way he's gotten in already. I do agree with you that coming here legally is going to be harder too.
Yeah, although I will say this, I do think though that on the flip side, we should make it so that way somebody who made an honest mistake and didn't do other paperwork 100% complete, you're right, and then maybe like has been here for like 20 years but didn't break a single other law. You know what I mean? Other than the paperwork, should be able to get a warning and say, okay, you got to update this, buddy. Here's where you got this wrong, and you got to do this correctly.
That ain't gonna happen under Trump. Let me ask you this though: what about a child? Let's say for instance, a woman came here. She's an illegal immigrant. Maybe she had sex with an American, and they don't gave birth to a baby. Or better yet, let's say for instance, she came here illegally with her boyfriend. They both are illegal. And since they've been here hiding under the radar, they don't have a baby. Should that baby be allowed to stay?
I think it should, because there's no one else to take care of that child. It should have to go back by default with its parents because there's no one else to take care of it. But I think it should be able to get adult citizenship. So when it turns 18, it's allowed to move to the States.
What?
So it still gets the birthright citizenship, but we send it back with its parents because we wanted to be able to.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I hear something, just a little bit of humanity in there. I don't know. So you would get rid of though the whole anchor baby thing.
Yeah, sort of. I would say that child should be able to have dual citizenship, but the parents aren't granted it, and the default would be, okay, so what do we do with the child? We can't just put it in, we can't just after we, even though we would probably have to separate the child to make sure that the child is the actual child of the parents. After that's checked and it's been confirmed, we couldn't keep them away permanently unless they gave it to a relative who was legally in the States. That would be stealing.
So what about the folks that came here? Let's say, for instance, you came into the country, your mom dragged you into America at the age of 2, carrying you in her arms, and now you're 30 years of age, and you never got your paperwork straight. Should that person be qualified to be kicked out? Don't even speak Spanish. You don't know where the hell your mom brought you from because you've never recognized that country. You've never been there other than when you were born. Should that person qualify for deportation?
I think that they could. I think that person probably can stay, but they will lose their citizenship and they can reapply.
Oh man, they stay, but they don't have citizenship. They're under the radar, so they don't have that anyway. But you're saying,
okay. I thought they were. I thought that.
No, I'm talking about a woman that came to this country with her baby, maybe fleeing the cartel or whatever years ago, and that baby is now a teenager or a full-grown adult that still legally has no right to be here. But this is all they've ever known as being in America. Should they be on the chopping block?
I think they should have to leave, but I think that there would, like, you can sometimes ban people from reapplying for citizenship or coming back into the country and say that you can never come back. I think that somebody who was here since they were that young can probably be allowed to come back and told, well, if you want to come back as an adult, or if you already are an adult, you're 30 years old, right? You can apply for a visa and it maybe even stay. Who knows? If you're already an adult by that time and you're not living with your mom, you could probably stay in the country. Just not. But then you legally have to have applied for some kind of stay.
Okay, but you would let them. So you would let. That's basically like a dreamer. They do. So you were saying they would be allowed to stay as long as they haven't committed any crimes. They're here illegally, but they've been here. This is all they know. You're saying you would be okay with letting them stay.
I would allow them to stay, but they would have to be. They would have to
Right,
apply.
right, and they have to be on record. Okay, that's somewhat fair. We're getting a little progress. All right, I got to move it up because there's a lot of folks that don't agree with that, Jeremy. There's a lot of folks that believe that if you came here illegally, I don't care if you were 20 or you were 20 months, you need to go. So there's a lot of folks that disagree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think when you're a minor, you don't have any control. You have no say. So we can, but that would mean we could also punish the mom. You know what I mean? We could definitely still punish the mom and say, hey, you knew what you were doing and you brought your child into this mess. You need to pay the consequence.
All right. That may happen. All right, Jeremy, I do got to move it on. As always, it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Jim. Have a great day.
Shout out to you. Thanks. Real quick, I want to respond to some super chats on YouTube. Thank you, Will G. I actually saw that already. What I wanted to respond to here. God moved Trump's head 1 inch to dodge a bullet. Oh, I saw that already too. Hang on a second. That ain't what I'm looking for. Christians may have forgotten that God appoints good and bad people to fulfill his will. Whoever builds that third temple in Israel will bring about the Antichrist. Guess who wants to build that temple? Now that's far beyond my religious scope of mine. Okay, he said Christians may have forgotten that God appoints good and bad people to fulfill his will. Whoever builds that third temple in Israel will bring about the Antichrist. Wow. Guess who wants to build that temple? I'm assuming you're referring to Trump. I'd like to know more about that one. And also, Will says, think about Trump saying that there is no price tag for mass deportation. And that is something that they've said. And they say it will be $350 billion. That's more than the budgets of most federal departments, but he can't pay for health care. That is an excellent discussion that we're talking about saving money and tax money and things like that. How is he going to be able to do that? He's talking about giving people tax cuts, talking about no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. But they said it would cost, I forget how many $billion per year to deport only 1 million immigrants. Where is all this money going to come from? That's a good point. Because we're not sending cash money to the Ukraine, so it ain't like we can bring that money back and it'll... No, we're sending them old weapons and shit. So where is the money going to come from to have this largest deportation in history? That's a great point. It won't just be undocumented. It will be naturalized too, if and when Trump names the 181 countries as enemies of the state. I think it's going to be a mess. You seen the guy asked on 60 Minutes, can you deport all these people without separating families? And he said, yeah, we can do that. He said they can all go together, indicating that if you are a mom and dad that's here illegally and you got a baby that was born in America, that's a citizen by our current standards. Well, you take your baby with you. Take the American with you. In my opinion, based on what I've heard, I don't think there's any way in hell that there are not some Americans that are going to be caught up in this shit, one way or another. Some Americans, I don't care if it just simply means you're detained for a month or so until you prove some shit. I just guarantee, I feel confident that some Americans are going to get caught up in this shit. Just like when Sheriff Joe Arpaio down in Arizona was ordering his deputies to stop and frisk brown people, and demand they had proof of citizenship, well, they were stopping anybody that looked like they could have been south of the border. A lot of Americans were getting caught up in that, which is why he ultimately got indicted for violating people's civil rights. You can't just stop people and ask them to prove they're an American citizen. He got indicted for it and was about to be sentenced to prison. He was found guilty and about to be sentenced to prison. Trump pardoned him for that. Trump pardoned him, I think, back in 2017. But now, if all of a sudden we start deputizing, I don't think he's going to deputize citizens, but I could see your local police departments working with ICE and kind of becoming ICE members themselves. There's going to be a lot of Americans caught up in this shit. I feel confident of that. I don't care if you are a house full of legal immigrants or legal Americans of Hispanic descent. 6 or 7 of you guys are in a house together, and maybe your neighbor doesn't necessarily favor your type. Maybe your DoorDash driver comes over there and I bet you some of these folks are here illegally. They get on the phone and call 911. I definitely believe that kind of stuff is going to happen. You're going to have immigration Karens out there. I do believe that's going to happen. I hope I'm wrong. I 100% hope I'm wrong. I hope, like many of my MAGA viewers might suggest, you're full of shit. It's not going to. I really hope that's the case. But I don't have any faith in that. I don't have any faith in that. You got people believing that these folks are eating cats and dogs. They're stealing black jobs. They're raping and murdering people. There's a lot of reason to hate them. There's a lot of reason not to like them. If you believe that. Mina, Harun, I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. We already have the facilities, mechanisms to deport. It's called ICE. Trump will just enforce our current laws with zero tolerance like last time. We don't have enough ICE to get rid of 18 million, Mina. You're going to have to hire more ICE. You're going to have to hire a lot more ICE to do that. Not to mention, the current law requires that the person get a trial and a hearing and all of that. You're going to need more judges, courtrooms. I mean, he's talking about deporting a lot of people in an expeditious amount of time. You don't have enough facilities currently in place to do all that. You don't have the personnel. You don't have the resources yet. You don't have the facilities in terms of courtrooms and all that. You're going to need more. You're going to need more of all of that stuff to move the process along. That will cost money. And as one of my viewers pointed out, the current budget is not that big. Now, it will blow up. I believe Trump will make it happen, but it's going to require moving money around. Hell no, I ain't leaving, and I'm a citizen, says GG. Well, you don't have to leave. I'm sure there's somewhere out in the middle of the desert they can hold you. You're still in the United States. Stay as long as you want. Maybe hand you some pink underwear and have you stay in a tent like Sheriff Joe Arpaio was doing. Going back to the box, Teddy Chaos. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. The idea that Trump could be the best president in history. Good afternoon, Teddy. Teddy, are you there? Okay, apparently not. I'll move it on. Going back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. We should have been around 80,000. I know I'm asking for a lot. Tap the screen, get the likes up on TikTok, smash that like button on YouTube. We're here Monday through Friday, by the way, if you enjoy this type of what I refer to as civilized dialogue between all sides of the aisle, between all parties. We don't really care what side of the aisle you're on. It's not about telling you how you should think. It's about hearing what you have to say. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, including the host. We're MAGA friendly. We've always been that way, always will be. Liberals are welcome as well. If you enjoy this type of conversation, dialogue, talk, follow the program on TikTok, YouTube, horizontal, vertical, subscription, Monday through Friday. Mr. Walter, good afternoon, or better yet, good evening. Now, shit, maybe it's about time I go and find some meat. Mr. Walter, good evening.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
Hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. Same speech all the time. So, Trump, possibly best president in history, has the mechanisms in place to do that. What say you?
Well, okay, let's talk about that.
Sure.
What are his plans? What has he said he's going to do? And what are his cronies, Steve Bannon said he's going to do? So you look at Project...
He's claiming no connection to Project 2025, though.
No, I know. But, plenty of other people, especially since he's won the election, have come out and said, yeah.
JPT firms?
With you.
Yeah.
But his actual policy whatever 47. I can't remember what they call it, but you know what I'm saying.
Agenda 47.
Exactly. Excuse me. I mean, just look at that alone. Okay, that's what he's promising, right? The tariffs. Have you seen what's happened to the bond rates? I mean, people are bracing for a economic downturn.
Are they really? I'm hearing Bitcoin's doing well. I'm hearing the stock market's way up. People's 401ks are doing phenomenal. Are they really?
No, yeah. Look at the bond rates. That's what's going to change. Look, I'm not a economic person. I don't know all that shit. But from what I've been seeing, people are bracing. You hear stories about, we're gonna forego Christmas bonuses because we have to double down on our supply in case there's tariffs. I mean, have you heard any of these stories?
I've heard some of them. In fact, I know somebody personally that didn't vote for Trump, even though they favored him, because they felt the tariffs would put them out of work because they do a lot of overseas business. So yeah, I've heard it. But some are arguing that Trump is not going to be able to do that, though.
All right, So I will agree that Trump says a lot of shit and doesn't actually follow through on all of that shit. He just says it to throw people off or to whatever his reasons are.
Oh shit! Keep going.
We won't know until it happens, but I will say everyone is bracing for uncertainty, right?
Well, that's what any president, though, they're going to.
No. When Biden got elected, people knew where he was at. There was not uncertainty with where his economic policy. In other words, the Democratic, for all their faults, they say what they're going to do and they do what they say. Now, I'm not, championing that, but they don't diverge from what they say they're going to do, or at least try to do. They don't necessarily achieve those goals, but they try to do what they're going to say. Trump, he will say whatever the fuck it is like you never know what he's going to do. And I think I've mentioned this to you before. I hope he's great for America. I hope we make, America great again. That's what I hope for this man. But I don't believe he will. And I'm, worried about it. Not just for my, my own personal, but, for people who are going to be more affected by it. Wow. People who, are lower on the economic scale. I mean, in my opinion, I think, the rich are going to get rich and the poor are going to get poor, as they normally do. But I think it's going to be at a ramp scale, and I will be happy to come on your show and eat crow if the opposite is true.
Shit, I can give you plenty of. My whole refrigerator is full of leftover crow after this damn election. There's no crows left in my neighborhood. It's like the Haitian migrant shit. I'm eating crows. I mean, I don't know what to say, but I made so many wrong predictions on this shit. I'm eating lots of crow. You get plenty of leftovers for you. Come on by.
That's great, man. That's great. The things that I'm hopeful about are, he nominated Rubio. Okay, Rubio was a huge opponent of his back in the day when they were running for the nomination, and I do believe he's somewhat of a sane person, Secretary of State. I don't like him, but he's not a crazy person. I feel like he could at least...
he went up against Trump in 2016 and said some pretty... Remember he was talking about Rubio's hands? They were fighting.
Oh, yeah. He called him a con man. I mean, he said a lot of shit. And, look, I don't have any respect for Rubio. I think he basically sucked his ass until he got back in his...
I've never heard of sucking ass. Is that a new one? I've heard of kissing it, but I ain't never heard nobody suck a whole ass. That's a lot. I got big lips, but damn.
Kissing ass is now sucking ass.
Sucking ass. Oh my God.
As they tell me. Anyway, he's back in the good graces because he did, look, Trump, I mean, if you say, I'm sorry, I like you, I think you're great, Trump is like, okay, you're fine, you're good, you're back. As long as you like him and tell him you like him. True.
Flattery will get you everywhere with Trump. That is a fact.
Yeah. The thing that's got me interested in this week, though, is this weird shit with Putin and him talking about I talked to him, and then Putin saying I didn't talk to him, and then they put the naked pictures of Melania on the state's television. I mean,
whoa! I heard that she was on the nude pictures of her were on Russian TV.
Yes. they broadcasted it on Russian television. You know, I mean, there are nude pictures. I don't, you know,
Yeah, I've
this,
seen.
right?
I mean, she looks good. I mean, because I used to.
I'm not denying that, but I'm saying, what kind of respect do you have for a person?
I gotta look at. That's a good point because everybody thinks that, including myself, that Trump is on a buddy with Putin. But if they put naked pictures of his wife on TV, I'm sure Ted Cruz is like, get him, because you know what he said about Ted Cruz's wife. But wow,
Yeah.
that's
So I
crazy.
don't know, but my theory is, Trump is transactional. You do this for me, I do this for you. And now that he doesn't have really use for Putin, he helped him, but now he doesn't have any use for him, right? What is his use for Putin? So now Putin's maybe asking for things, and he's like, you know what? Fuck you, America. We're going to make America great. I don't know, but I hope that's it.
Wow. I did not know I knew I had heard. Somebody mentioned it earlier in the broadcast that he put Melania Trump on TV, but I didn't know he put her on there naked. Bucky naked. Damn.
Fucking naked. That's fucked up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shit.
So I don't know, man. I have hope for the future. I hope for America. We'll see. Time will tell.
Well, we definitely lost an ally. I thought Putin, we were going to be on good terms with Putin, but damn, I did not know that.
I mean, fuck Putin. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see what happens. I mean, honestly, the dude, fuck him. What has he got for us? Nothing. He's got nothing for us.
He could help end the war that we're tired of sending money to. If he backs off.
I do think there will be eventually some sort of negotiation that will favor Russia.
Yeah, I do too.
I honestly think Trump does play a bit of chess on this thing, and maybe that's what he's doing. I just hope for the best.
I don't know now when I'm showing pictures of Melania on TV nude, that may change the game. I mean, that means that Putin is probably upset for some reason.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I agree. And a lot of people think, oh, he's a Russian asset, and maybe he was, and let's say he was, and now he's like, what the fuck? I'm a president again. I mean, what you got on me now? I don't know.
Damn,
we'll
them fighting words. All right, appreciate that information. I didn't know that. That shot's fired. Go ahead, I give you the last.
No, that's all I was gonna say. Is there's no reason for him to keep appearances up if somebody did that to you. I mean, can you imagine if any other country did that to you? How would you react to
that? That definitely, if that's the case, that definitely makes it sound like there's some serious friction behind the scenes between Trump and Putin.
That's personal.
Yeah, that is very personal. Damn.
Yep. We'll see. It's gonna be an interesting time. Appreciate it, Tim.
Anytime, Mr. Walter. Thank you for coming through. Real quick, Will G says Trump tariffs will make the iPhone and Samsung's 4K. In other words, the phone is now 4,000. I don't know what it will do, but I do agree that stuff is going to go up substantially in price if Trump imposes these huge tariffs. Now, it could lead to maybe more products being made in the United States, but that takes time. None of that happens overnight. That's why I keep saying I don't think Trump has enough time to do all of this shit. 8 years, we could accomplish a lot more, but 4... not likely. 4K screens or 4,000. Now he means $4,000, not 4K. $4,000 per phone. I mean, and I buy that. If you're talking about imposing 100 to 1,000, what do you say, 1,000% tariffs? Yeah, I mean a Samsung or an iPhone is already over $1,000 now. You all of a sudden boost the tariffs. Yeah, I could see that. Might be more. Might actually be more. Wow, liberal, I'm disappointed. Ellen, what did I say? What did I do to disappoint you? Probably got like 2 left. I don't get what you're saying there. No, it will bring the manufacturing to the States as it costs $15 to build an iPhone. You already paid too much for trash. Well, it costs a lot more than $15 to build an iPhone. There's a lot of research and development. Those folks are making a killing. You're not going to get engineers to give you their research and development knowledge, and you can sell that product for $15. That ain't, it's more than that to make an iPhone. I agree it doesn't cost anywhere probably near $1,000 to make one, but it costs more than $15 to make an iPhone. In fact, I believe some of the phones have a little bit of gold in them. Gold and precious metals like silver is in your phone for high conductivity. You're not going to make that for $15. He'll trade he'll trade then some MAGA merchandise. Shout out to Trump for MAGA merchandise. Folks always say that Trump is not a good businessman because he's filed bankruptcies and all of that shit. I will say this. MAGA merchandise is a hugely successful business. When you think about the fact that these hats, as you see pictured here behind me, those hats cost anywhere from 10 to 20 bucks, depending on where you get it from. And you got to think out of the 70 some odd million folks that voted for Trump, probably over half of them have a MAGA hat at least $10 a pop. Many folks, shit, like yours truly, I probably got 5 or 6 of them laying around. Can you imagine how much money just the hats? We ain't talking about the shoes and shirts and fuck your filling flags and shit. I mean, can you imagine how much money Trump has made off of MAGA merchandise alone? That's a killer business. So, the idea that he's not a successful businessman, man, can you imagine having that many of your own products out about in the United States that tens of millions of people are wearing them and they got your name on them? That's a killer business. No, I don't care how you feel about Trump, how you feel about his policies or his direction or his demeanor, but that's a killer business. We can talk about the casinos going bankrupt and Trump Steaks and Trump University now, but that MAGA merchandise, that shit's on fire. That alone, that shit is on fire. I have one Trump Tower 2015. I don't know what you mean by that. He's the Michael Jordan of insurrection. Interesting you would say that because they were calling the tennis shoes he was selling the J6ers when he was selling tennis. Well, he's still selling tennis shoes. He's still selling them. The J. Hell, he even made money off the mugshots and shit. I mean, that guy has a lot of merchandise out there. The election's over. I'm still receiving text messages from him soliciting donations. By the way, I'm still getting them from Kamala Harris too. I don't know why, but she's talking about, other causes, and they're still soliciting donations as well. Like, you raised $1 billion and lost. It's got to be some money left over. How about you use some of that shit? You raised $1 billion to run for president, and you lost. Ain't nothing left over? You send your kid to the store to get you a sandwich, you give them a 20. I don't get no change back at all? What the fuck? And I will say this also. The whole idea that we're struggling in this country and you're sending money to Ukraine and you could be doing for more Americans. We just had 2 candidates. Both of them probably, we know Kamala raised over $1 billion. Trump raised close to $1 billion. I don't want to hear shit about we can't afford this and that in this country. We can afford this and that. We just don't want to do it. It's just all about selfishness. As one of my guests pointed out, Elon Musk could possibly become a world's first trillionaire now that he got the backing of Trump and the federal government for all of his products and shit like that. Tons of money here. Yet we always talking about you're struggling, nobody can afford this or that. It's just a simple matter of greed. That's all it is. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 72,000 likes. I didn't get anywhere near the 80 or 90 I had asked for. A lot of lazy thumbs in the chat. Nevertheless, I do appreciate the support as always. Follow the program. We're here Monday through Friday. Daniel chapter 9 in the Bible is considered prophecy. Specifically, verse 27. I would have to look that up. Will, you coming hard today, Will. Real quick, I do want to make sure I didn't forget. I always pay attention to my super chats. Those are donations, so I'm not going to let a super chat get by. I didn't see any more. But anyway, Trump and Elon Musk is a case of massive corruption and conflict of interest. I don't know. What has Elon Musk done is corrupt? I'm not a fan of that $1 million giveaway for signing a petition, but Mr. Walter, shout out to you. Thank you for the money gun. Appreciate that support. Jay Abram or Jay Brams, as I say? Jay Evans. Damn eyesight going out. Thank you. Appreciate the ad mustache. Yeah. Thank you for supporting the program, Jay Evans. And yes, thank you for the 74,000 on the likes. Appreciate you folks on YouTube, horizontal and vertical, for smashing that like button. I'm still debating. Now, for you folks just talking to the horizontal audience, I'm debating if I'm going to keep the horizontal. The viewership and things like that is a little bit lower, but I do appreciate you folks that are tapping the screen. Real quick, Dennis Calhoun says, do MAGA think Melania is a devil for being pro-choice? Not if Trump doesn't have any problems with her. I think MAGA would hold its reserve on Melania Trump. And now if she divorces Trump and he starts saying negative shit about her, like she's a gold digger and all of that, then yeah, they would hate her. But I don't think MAGA's going to move on Melania without getting permission from Trump. Now, I'm saying that because I don't believe Melania Trump is above being hated by MAGA. But you're going to need Trump's permission for that. If let's say, for instance, she divorced Trump and she was fighting for half or whatever, and Trump said a bunch of negative shit about her, Melania Trump probably wouldn't be safe. You might see her migrating back to Slovenia or wherever the hell she's from. But her being pro-choice alone, they're not going to fuck with her on that. I think, Trump is still bringing her around and promoting her as his wife and, suggesting that they still have a happy, loving relationship. So I don't think MAGA's going to move on Melania. But as I said, if her and Trump have a falling out, she would be fair game overnight. I don't think, in fact, my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think there is a single Republican out there that would be off limits if Trump has a problem with you. If Trump starts criticizing you as a Republican, your career is in jeopardy. I don't care how much you've accomplished. I don't care how long you've been a Republican. I don't care how much people like you. Talking about like General Mad Dog Mattis and Milley and all these. I don't give a damn how respected you are. If you fall on the wrong side of Trump, even Tucker Carlson was caught in recording saying that when he was at Fox News, like this guy could destroy all of us. He realized that. So I don't care how far up you are. If you fall on the wrong side of Trump, it's like turning over an hourglass. Like shit, it's over with. Anyhow, 76,000. Thank you for the folks who did tap the screen. Follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will, Monday through Friday. I'll see you tomorrow. And certainly on YouTube as well. You guys take care. Catch you in 24. To my YouTube horizontal, like I said, I'm debating if I'm going to continue this broadcast just because I get much smaller participation here. I went out and purchased an iPhone for this. I don't get it. I mean, like, for instance, I enjoy speaking with you. Obviously, I don't get any donations or any support at all through the horizontal yet. So I'm debating if I'm going to keep it here or go to Instagram with this particular device. So we'll see. But yeah, I do appreciate you folks that did tune in to the show. I'll look at a couple quick comments here. Handsome, you got your wish. What was the wish? Trump says, oh, I need to damn near put on my glasses to read some of this shit. I don't know where my glasses at. Okay, I'll try without them. What did that say? Trump said what? I don't know what it said. Trump said he will seek the death penalty for those convicted of human and sex trafficking. I know he talked about doing it for illegal immigrants that take the lives of Americans or cops. I think most people would be okay with that, but I haven't heard about the stuff you're talking about. But I wouldn't doubt it. Anyhow, it's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I will catch you to